Did you end up finishing Monster?
Not yet. Forget what episode I was on. Just did the library,
Okay.
so I'm a little bit past that. Oh, right.
Usually,
No,
before I
they
go
did
shaking my tits for the press, I like to go see how the professionals do it.
the other guy, the cop.
Some might say the chief of
Yeah,
police has no business in
it
an
was the shootout with
institution
the
like
cop.
this. But in fact, it's the quietest and safest place in town. You won't run into any reporters, nobody gets into any fights, nobody drinks too much, nobody
Kind
even
of an
raises their
interesting bit because
voice.
for once it seems
The
like
place is
Johan
owned
is
by
like
an elderly
completely on
gentleman
his
who
own.
knows how to keep things under control. That's why I never invite my friends here. I wanted to make an exception for my 60th birthday, but most of my colleagues are young enough to be my sons, and they'd rather just hire prostitutes. Why stare at some boobs when you can take the whole package for yourself? But there's none of that in our club. Even looking too long is considered indecent. You can get an occasional glimpse, like by accident. The rest of the time you just pretend that you're immersed in conversation, or just come by for a drink. Doesn't mean these gentlemen wouldn't want their bald heads smothered in tits. It's just that nobody says it out loud. My younger colleagues might call it hypocrisy, but I call it the good old-fashioned manners. Good manners and leave the rest unsaid. She agrees to unbutton her blouse, and we agree not to
Alright.
pay too much attention. The girls are on a quiet prowl, too. They're looking for a way out of their cramped rooms. Maybe make friends with some wealthy patron with a pacemaker and dentures. Everybody wants something. But we have to control ourselves, or we'll all turn into libertines and prostitutes. Hell, if there weren't any rules, I'd be belching and farting, jumping up on the table, arms held high, yelling, "Shake it, baby!" No idea how I got so barbaric.
That late title card. 87 minutes of talking. Strategy game.
Please consider this other game.
Have you considered other game? This still feels loud. Okay, so it is actually affecting it. Others.
Others.
Safe area. Oh. Like overscan, I guess.
I don't know.
Graphics. Desync, sure. Anti-aliasing. Pixel aberration on. Okay. Alright, alright. Why is that policeman about to be attacked by a sumo wrestler? See it? He's all smiling. He's like, "Whoa, yosh." Police guy's like, I'm just smoke my cigarette before I get 100 hand slap.
Sneaking up on him.
E Honda isn't sneaking up on anybody. Dun dun dun. Story occurs. My recollection is this somewhere in the vicinity of 12 hours it's set. Let's see how that goes. Mayor Rogers, sex maniac. That's actually his job. City Hall, Jack Boyd's resignation. Okay. It's Freeburg. Alright. Mark War 2 to be shown in Freeburg. David Porter worldwide premiere. Alright, so I guess all I can do is go to work. So listen, I know cops don't get paid the most in the world, but as the chief of police, I would expect you to have a car that's better than a pile of shit.
When I was
No.
a kid, my father sometimes told me at bedtime that if I closed my eyes and didn't open them for a long time, all the demons would blow away. Yesterday I turned 60, but I still take his advice. Not because I'm sentimental or want to keep the memory of my father alive. I just can't think of a better solution. To get away from all the demons
Typical
that haunt
cop.
Freeburg, I'd need to wear a blindfold 24/7. Plus, it's a good idea to act blind when talking to reporters. At least that's what my colleagues say. They're afraid of press conferences. But for me, it's more like a confessional. No matter what lies you tell, you're privately thinking the honest answers. It helps me remember who I am. The fact that I'll be reading all about it in the papers tomorrow is a small price to pay. Call it penance for the preacher.
Did I purchase a graphic novel?
This is the first time I'm afraid of those answers my mind has given me. Not because I'm mad I'm losing my job. Though it's true, I'm mad as hell. Not because I subconsciously blame everyone else. Though I damn sure do blame them. And don't even ask me what my next move is. I can't imagine. But even that doesn't scare me. The worst thing is, I know I'm gonna have to do something. I'll be damned if I know how far I'll go. I may have a lot of vices, but predictability isn't one of them. I learned a long time ago how to drive away the swarming demons. But what do you do when they're trying to rip your soul from your skin? Shutting my eyes tight as I can. The best solution remains the same. Play blind. I just hope the reporters think I was blinded by the camera flash.
Wow, such options available to me right now. With all of these monsters. Actually, the mayor's office officially announced your resignation. Did this come as a surprise, or did you know in advance? I've been expecting this bullshit. So are we hard copping it, or are we a rebel?
Are we out to be the one good cop? No.
I mean, he's the chief of police. Default, not a good cop. Alright. Just want to serve the city. I was very surprised, of course. You know the name of your successor? I think it'll be a department veteran. It's likely to be one of my current employees. The recent corruption scandal, your deputy, Francis Kedrick, said he was looking forward to resigning. The mayor offered him your position. Would that change his mind? Who cares? That's his business, not mine. Ask him yourself. Though Kendrick was acquitted, many still believe the police are cooperating with the Mafia. Do you have anything to say about this? Cost you nothing to say no comment. Or you don't know. No comment makes it sound like you know what you're saying. For to answer all your questions, but situations like that, you got to say no comment. You think your personal relationship with the mayor might be the reason behind your retirement? No, should I know? Better ask him.
How's the back today, Mr. Boyd?
Same as usual.
How did the press conference go?
You can read about it in the newspapers tomorrow. Don't let anyone in.
Even Mr. Kendrick?
Especially Mr. Kendrick.
Don't know if that symbol is correct for a police chief. Kind of more similar to a sergeant's, although sergeant's upside down. So I don't know. No man, taking them pills already. Lighten right up.
As soon as I heard the door creak, I knew what face I'd see. When I tell Emma not to let anyone in, there's only one man it could be. Rude, arrogant, no warning. That's Mayor Rogers in a nutshell. White summer shoes, white socks, white shorts, white polo shirt, and the white
Jesus
smile
Christ.
of a hungry shark. Mayor Rogers enters every room like he owns the place. Even the floorboards under his feet sound like they're creaking an apology. He never shied away from the odd corruption scheme. It's like the devil walks behind him. In the movies, the villains controlling the city play golf with the judges. Rogers plays tennis with them instead. That's about the only difference.
Jack, I was hoping to catch you after the press conference. You ran away so quick.
There's no smoking at City Hall. No reason for me to hang around.
Well, this morning I signed a ban on smoking in all public buildings. Soon you won't be able to smoke here either.
Soon enough, I won't be here at all.
That's what I wanted to talk to you about. The people of this city like you, Jack. The police chief of all people. Don't betray that, Jack. Don't get wrapped up in any schemes. Sit nice and quiet for the next 180 days, and you'll be remembered as a hero. That's the only thing that you still have left. Be the hero.
Then how am I supposed to scrape together a retirement fund?
You had a million chances to secure a luxury pension, one that even I would have envied, although I've never set aside any money for myself. I'm not planning to retire anytime soon. "180 days of quiet, Jack. That's all I need. I don't have any problems with you, and you won't have any problems with me. I have a new assistant, Troy Starr. If you have something to tell me, call him. But try not to bother him. He's a busy man.
I'll do my best.
Let's burn the whole building down.
And quit smoking up the office. One of my friends will be using it soon.
See, this is how you establish a villain. I like it.
Oh, I'm sorry, babe. Only the mayor has this number. Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, is this Troy Starr?
Yes?
Go fuck
Someone worse
yourself,
than the
Troy
cops.
Starr.
That's how you, what's Chief's on it's a villa in Italy. See? That's how you do it, though. You see all the little things there? You know, he's just enough of a prick without being cartoonish supervillain, right? You notice the implication also, where he's like, "This is my new assistant," right? You're not good enough to call me, but you can call my new assistant, right? And then he doubles down on it even more, and he's like, "But don't bother him because he's a busy man too. So like, you aren't even good enough to warrant the." to warrant the attention of the new assistant to the mayor.
Cops don't use the police station cafeteria anymore. There's some kind of
Numbers
against
rolling
sitting
in and
shoulder
the
to
internet
shoulder
is
with
getting
your
slow.
partners. Everybody just takes snacks from the machines or grabs a meal and hammers it down in the corner like a vulture on a corpse. The main thing? Don't look into anyone's eyes. Could be construed as an invitation to sit together. The only people eating here are ghosts. My deputy, Francis Kendrick. He recently became one of those ghosts. The subject of one of the most devastating corruption scandals in the history of Freeburg. No evidence to support the accusations, but everyone knows Kendrick's days are numbered. I need that file I asked for.
I may have
Needs
dropped
to be ready
completely.
tonight. Francis didn't say anything, but I understood. Ghosts aren't supposed to talk. Besides, I got a feeling he was already finished.
Sorry, what did you say? Or
Oh,
did
I'm
you
just
dip
trying
out
to figure
already?
out how much my internet is dying.
The most death you've ever seen.
So what do we got? A management game?
Maybe. I honestly don't know too much about this game except that it's supposed to have a pretty strong narrative and a pretty heavily focused on the narrative. So I don't know how much game this is going to be. But I have it on decent authority that the story is pretty good. So, a shot. I'd like to receive tips on how the game works. Show me what you got. Hello, Allie. Freeburg PD organizes upcoming work assignments into shifts for today and tomorrow. Every shift, officers respond to crimes in progress, and detectives continue their investigations. You can freely move employees between shifts. All officers and detectives possess several important characteristics. So I believe this means sergeant. Or no, sergeant would have the curve underneath that bar, I believe. So I'm guessing this means his vice is booze, and that's some type of value, and then there's a little gauge over here. Professionalism. Shows the overall efficiency level of the policeman. A figure around 150 is considered average. Any policeman who falls short of this
How
mark.
many dogs he can shoot in a day?
You notice how it's two shotguns crossed with one another?
Mm-hmm.
The canon weapon of the policeman, the shotgun. Of course, then again, if that was the canon weapon, then it'd just be, you know, a picture of a white guy. Just being white. Professionalism shows, okay, a figure around 150 is considered average. Any policeman who falls short of this mark is not entirely reliable, while those whose professionalism is considerably higher than average are safe bet even in a pinch. An individual's level of professionalism or rise or fall over the course of their career. So this is... Now I'm curious if this is 150 or 1500. Energy shows how tired your policemen are. The less energy your people have, the less reliable their work, and a policeman who is exhausted might fall asleep at the wheel or make a critical error on the job. Your employees lose 1 point of energy for each working day and restore 1 point after each day of rest. Okay. Your employees don't tell you everything. Some additional characteristics are hidden from view. For instance, some cops are lazy and will come up with any reason they can think of to take the day off, while others like to drink too much. You can only guess about these things, but you should be able to draw your own conclusions based on the behavior of your employees. Okay. Okay, so 150 is it, and they were just giving this a ridiculous amount for, who that was, unless it was supposed to be me. Okay, how do you know? Okay, I can't drag, I can't right click, I can't left click. Okay. Well, the main things to know here is most of our patrol people are okay, except for Sabaki and Sano and us. Well, professionalism 5, eh? Guess we'll just have to send Granny into the grinder. Our detectives aren't great either, but whatever. I'm guessing, like, plus minus 50 is probably okay. It's once you start getting more than that that it's probably a real problem. Okay. Now comes the question of, am I going to need to remember who's... You know what? Let's not even take the chance.
Screenshot it.
Actually, yeah, that's probably a better decision. That's a better decision. And I was gonna say, but it would be actually easier to do a list so I wouldn't have to shift between screens since I'm double streaming. But yeah, it's still probably better to take a shot. It's still probably to just I will put it in my secret channel that's not entirely secret.
The most secret.
Okay. There's no great way for me to actually look at this. Oh well. Just have to do. Start the day. You can deploy SWAT. Just deploy SWAT on everything. Responding to calls is the bread and butter of police work. You'll need to send your officers to a crime scene before the timer expires. The mark on the map shows where the call came from. The farther away the destination is from the police station, the longer it will take your officers to travel back and forth, so the longer your people will be tied up and unavailable for upcoming work. Okay, so actually we get all of the information here, it looks like. So what's the play here, you think? You think the play here is to have, like, a relatively strong team and then just try and bolster the other ones to an acceptable level of professionalism? And then just throw Price in the meat grinder?
Isn't Price just a meter maid?
That is ageist.
110B in progress.
Everyday mall hit and run. Okay. Easiest way to determine how difficult a task might be is to check how many units you are allowed to send to the call. The more units you can send, the more serious the alleged threat. Particularly risky missions give you the option of sending SWAT, that was accompanied by at least one officer. Okay. Number of slots is not the only thing to consider. Any available information from the location of crime scene to the presence of the weapon and so on, all this can tell you how seriously each stage should be taken. Mission might look simple at first glance, until it turns into a brutal meat grinder, or a serious call can come in which turns out to be a false alarm. Redeemable, a married couple exited a convenience store and saw a van in a parking lot back over a homeless man who'd been digging through the trash can. Driver jumped out to help, but once he saw that he'd hit a bum, he got back in the van and quickly drove away. Nice people. Okay. Well, let's try that strategy. Let's go, let's assume the strategy is to go, like, 150 for each of them. See.
Oh, for balancing out stats?
311
Yeah.
in progress.
Let's picture at the show theater.
Or I was more concerned with like distance. Like, do you want to send your best people out far away or keep them close?
Yeah, so you can deploy quicker.
Yeah.
It's a fair assessment as well. I also kind of messed up already. I was going to run Yancey and Purdy as, like, the power couple unit. Fight. A theater manager reports during a showing of Citizen Kane, a drunk man attempted to make his way into the theater carrying a snowboard decorated with the word Rosebud. When he was denied entry, he violently attacked the cashier and is currently fighting with the theater security guard. Well, Price, you can go there.
And then SWAT.
Yeah. I think it'll tell you and you can deploy SWAT, I bet. We'll go. A fight is honestly not that serious. It's the type of thing where you just... And even if they botch it, it's honestly not that bad. As long as nobody actually dies or gets seriously injured. So we'll run this. What are our settings? Just normal settings. No messages, no calls. Also of note, I'm guessing if you get a different shift, then you'll get a whole new set of people, right? So it might be worthwhile to deploy better people, except for maybe an ace team. So that, like, you know... the thing is I don't know if you're going to have to deploy the same team multiple times or whatever. So it's kind of like, without any idea of who's doing what, you maybe send a couple B teams. With the assumption that you're going to switch shifts. So you want to make sure that the work that's done by them is good, at least in the early game. When everything goes well, the police capture the criminals and nobody dies. But the truth is, sometimes criminals manage to escape. Just try to avoid any dead cops or civilians. Dead cops will hurt your roster. Dead citizens bother the mayor even more than living ones. Vendor caught, officers unharmed. Ooh, and they get professionalism for success, I guess. Worth noting. Vendor caught, officers unharmed, civilian killed. Unfortunate. Armed robbery. Three teenagers are armed with a shotgun, robbed a videotape store, and made off the whole collection of adult movies. The criminals fled in a car, but the shop manager wrote down the license plate. The owner is one Janet Brown, who lives in the suburbs. So this is potentially legitimately a time when you would send in the squad, or a SWAT team. Because you know the location, you know where it's at, and the suspects are in fact armed. So, yeah. I don't know why they're not allowing me to do so. But we'll send Asano and Yancey. Just see.
311A in progress.
Fight. Brother and sister clashed with each other over their deceased father's will. According to one of their lawyers, we don't care, or we Don't dare separate them, and our security is off duty tonight. A terrible way to think of it. Alright, let's send Purdy and Austin again. Proceed. Okay. Assault, ghetto. A passerby saw some teenagers attack an elderly musician, then run away with his guitar and his money. Just send them all in, I guess. Send in the clowns.
Looks like we have a situation here.
When your cops aren't sure how to proceed, they might contact you and ask you how to handle the situation. Try to deal with whatever comes up, but don't waste all your time with this stuff. You have plenty of other problems on your plate. Armed robbery suburb. The vehicle in question is parked right outside the Brown residence. The sounds of moaning and laughter can be heard from the end. Okay, so they're listening to the pornos. Okay. So, I don't think you're allowed to just break. Well, guess you could say it's in extenuating circumstances, but it's not great.
Step 1, flashbang. Step 2, hail of bullets. Got
It's
him.
Hard one. I mean, you don't shout that the house is surrounded. Knock on the door.
910 complete.
Undercaught. Officers unharmed. We did it.
311A complete.
Fight. Undercaught. Officers unharmed. We did it. Big management in this game.
Big skill up.
412A complete.
Assault ghetto. Undercaught. Officers unharmed. Gotta wait for everyone to get home. You think you'll need a couple of extra hands tomorrow, you can order any cop to come in and work overtime. But if they're working flat out, be much more exhausted. Somebody's bound to make a mistake. Okay. We got a decent setup for tomorrow. Let's you know what, we gotta get another person up to 150. Let's get Tsubaki. Get Tsubaki in there. He's Liam Moser. You can get Armstrong in there again. We don't know how the detectives work yet, but figure that out. Alright, who do we got? We got Stovall, Dahl, Robbins. So our shift B isn't, or our shift A isn't quite as good, but we did pick up an extra person that's okay, good enough.
Used to be when I asked Kendrick to stay late at the office, he liked to grumble and crack wise. Nowadays, he doesn't have the strength for it. Slumped shoulders, blank stare, wrinkled skin. The past few weeks, I don't hardly recognize my old friend. In his younger years, he reminded me of a gallant royal officer in an old Kipling story. Kendrick isn't just crumbling under the weight of the public pressure, but from the shame of it all. Internal Affairs raided the library he inherited from his grandfather, hoping they'd find buckets of cash stashed in the pages. Heard about the look on his face, the fearless policeman standing helpless in horror. I've known Francis for 30 years. The past 20 years he's played loose with the law. And I know that at a certain point every stolen dollar brings more misery than anything else. Probably sounds crazy, but I sympathize with the guy. What can I do? Your friends are your friends, and these are the waters we swim in.
Called all of the people on that list today. Now they know you're in business, so you could get a call from any of them. You don't need to worry about any of them. I've cleared them all.
And what kind of business are we talking here?
It's nothing too serious, just like you asked. Should be just a few small favors. Payments will vary depending on the situation and who you're dealing with. How much are you looking to earn?
$500,000.
$500,000? Why not a whole million?
Because everybody wants to take $1 million. Figured I'd try something different.
$500,000 in 180 days? Well, you could earn it all above board if you netted all the big fish and hit all your bonuses.
Never knew you for a fisherman.
Well, you never got into my business, and I'm not trying to get into yours. But be careful about bringing in any other cops. Sooner or later, they'll put the finger on you. And one more thing, Jack. I remember what you said, but I should probably add one more name to that list. Christopher Sand.
Sand. Christopher G. Sand. Everyone knows the name, but few could tell you who he is. The old man stays away from the spotlight. Always wears old-fashioned jeans and knitted sweaters. Gives to charity. Rarely attends social events. An avid hunter, I hear. Even dabbles in poetry. You'd never guess he's the head of the oldest and most powerful gang in the city. Goes back as far as his great-grandfather. And Sand is strict about following the old rules. He rarely involves himself in commonplace murders and robberies. Hardly needs to intimidate anyone to get his point across. The people who work for him each have their sphere. They provide protection where needed, even work with the authorities when they want to make a deal. Meanwhile, Sand pulls the strings without getting his hands dirty. People sometimes mistake his quiet approach. A couple years ago, an arms dealer decided to expand its business without asking permission, and his whole family paid the price. In 4 weeks, Sand killed 31 people. Old men, women, even a few teenagers. And Sand's people made sure every paper reported it. Frank, I don't want to hear you say that name again.
Jack, please, listen to me. I'm in with these guys.
We agreed, Frank. That's not the kind of business I'm into. I don't go there. Never have, never will.
Kendrick announced retirement date. Construction of Cinema Museum postponed again. Legendary singer Gennaro Crispo comes to Freeport. Always takes 3 times. Police officer's too tired to be effective. He will ask for the day off. Sometimes officer will request days off, even when they're at full strength. Some of the reasons you'll hear are far-fetched, while some are very serious. Don't overindulge your subordinates, but don't antagonize them either. Remember that everybody's got secrets, and you've got to make sure that these guys have your back. Today, my daughter is opening an art exhibition at an elite gallery in a nearby city. I mean, kind of shit at professionalism anyway.
It's Roy we're talking about. Roy!
Yeah, come in tomorrow. In addition to their performance ratings, police officers also present for rank. Employees begin at the lowest rank and begin to be elevated with 1, 2, or 3 stripes. Once a week, you can pass out stripes and improve the rank of an employee. If you think that no one is worthy of some honor some week, you postpone the ceremony till later. Insignias won't go out until all your people are ready. Employees of rank not only increase their in professionalism, but also learn to command. Whenever a ranking officer is on the scene, his or her colleagues are more likely to perform better than usual. Sometimes when cop gets a rank, start thinking more seriously about their service. This can mean less drinking and more time spent on the job. Some might even turn out to be dependable. Alright. I mean, do I have to give it out now?
Yes.
I'm gonna you like. Let's do that. We got a good detective. Freeburg isn't one of those cities where you can listen, or where you listen to what they say or nothing at all. Isn't one of those cities where you listen to what they say or nothing at all. You can always select any song from your collection and play it at any time, just like real life. Well, the life of your grand. Ooh. We like weird green things with horns? Or we got a piano that looks like a computer chord. Weird blue and red aliens. Weird geometric shapes. Heart of the City or Chopin? Oh, the weird geometric shapes is a guy playing the piano.
Uh-huh.
Let's do horns. Here's Pickering Ragtime 5. Let's learn how to hire and fire cops. We'll have a certain number of paid job offerings for which you can hire any available applicants. Job slots are separated between officers and detectives. Okay, so I have one cop slot and one detective slot. So you can have Davenport. I also have Just in Case. It was 700. 700 professionalism. This feels like a trap.
No, he's professional. The other guy had 1200.
She's sweeter than Sue and Georgia Brown beats Lulu too when she's back in town. Now she can shimmy like
Airship B.
She's a dancing queen, fit for a king. Swing sweet ginger green.
What do you want? There we go. Okay, okay. Want to free up a slot? It's time to fire somebody. Proceed. What if I don't want to? What if I just fire Roy? Sure, you can have the day off. You can have all the days off. Hmm. You have legal grounds for termination. No one will ask any questions. You might need to fire them anyway. Legality be damned. But that could land you in additional proceedings, and your other staff will become more worried about keeping their jobs than they are about actually doing their jobs. Another way to free up a slot is to have a police officer killed, but that's not really a valid option, right? Too old. Boom.
Now she can shimmy like Sister Kay. She's just a dancing queen.
Not Roy.
Fit for a king. A swing sweet
We all love
ginger,
Roy.
swing sweet ginger green.
Okay, so we need a detective or a officer for A and B shift. Okay, so B shift and A shift, yeah. And then we have one more cop slot. Let's put you in A shift. Can't get the too many good ones, you know. Gotta have your scumbags on the force. What if you just hire a whole force of scumbags? Straight down the line.
That'll teach them.
211 in progress.
Johnson Cathedral, vandalism. Received a frightened call from the local cathedral. This morning, the abbot discovered that someone entered the old cemetery during the night. The old yard's tombstones are painted with satanic symbols, and some have been broken into pieces. It seems that there are even marks, from a shovel, but the abbot would say no more. Well, this is clearly the Satanic Panic video from Red Letter Media. Just oddly fresh spray paint here. And, with a star on this tombstone rather than a pentagram, Kind of fucked up on it. Alright, we'll send, This is rather low level. But this is pretty close, right? You know what? We'll do this. We'll do this. We'll send Tsubaki, and we'll send... Send Grant. Yeah. Huh. Huh. You think you need warrants in Asper? We have guns. Vandalism. Atticus Tower. Businessman Harley Jones, looking out his window, saw two teenagers scratching offensive slogans on his new car. That's pretty fucking low level. But it's 3 people. You know what? If it's 3 people, maybe between the 3 of these idiots, they can catch a low-level criminal. Vandalism. Vendor caught. Officers unharmed. Good work, Stovall and Grant. Butt pats for everybody.
1210 in progress.
Eddie's Burgers. Suspicious individual. Jesus Christ.
Oh.
This guy looks suspicious. Riddle the place with bullets. Waitress named Mila reports that she just served a chicken Eddie and a Diet Coke to a dangerous criminal who she'd seen on television just this morning. The culprit just seen at the window eating a burger. Okay. Well. Send, Robbins and Tsubaki to do it. Actually, send Vandal again. Robbins can chill for a sec. Vandalism report. Defender escaped. Officers unharmed. 4. So professionalism is also foot speed, I guess. Stovall also looking a little old. We just have read or had mistaken retired officers Frank Nero for the fugitive in question. That's what I figured. King Louis nightclub. Sam Sorkin, King Louis nightclub. Mr. Boyd, my bouncer stuffed himself with Mexican food again, and now he can't get off the can. Meanwhile, the line outside of the club is stretching around the block. They need someone outside who can tell the good guys from the punks. Alright, well, let's toss Robbins on it. He's got 150. We'll see how that works. I'm guessing that's your questionable stuff, right?
Perfectly legal.
Christopher G. Drug sales. Christopher G. Sands Ice Arena. Okay, so this is Sands. An anonymous call just came in. A clown carrying balloons at the skating rink is selling crack to teenagers. Selling crack to the kids. You know what? Let's keep that. Let's see if this will work. See if this will work. That way, if they both get shot and killed, it's fine. Sorry, Chief, but I quit in one... Sorry, Chief, but I quit. One night I pulled in more cash than I earned in a month working at this dump. Mr. Sorkin said that he wouldn't mind taking me on. I guess I just wasn't cut out to be a cop. Okay. Well, we lost our 150. Alright. Get that labor market.
Damn you, capitalism.
Suicide threat. Naked man carrying a canister of gasoline has threatened to set himself on fire unless his favorite chewing gum becomes popular again. Do I really care? Do I really care about this? It's Mahdi and Birch.
Roy could have fixed this.
Mr. Salmon Sleeves? Oh, you're talking about the 5 guy. Thought you were talking about L.A. Noire. Police alive. A clown is making balloon animals for the kids. Take the clown onto the ice. Round up any witnesses. Cover up in a raincoat and pretend to be an illicit customer. Vendor caught, officers unharmed. Boom. Big sting. How do you increase the cop's star rating? By successfully doing cases.
411 complete.
Alright. Offender escaped. I mean, good? Question mark? This seems like a successful thing that just happened. Alright. So we can call people in for the next day, I guess. Okay, so we lost Robbins. Tsubaki. Shift B. Okay, so I can't tell them to take the day off until I get to their actual ship. Alright, how's Shift B looking? Shift B is looking okay. Looking okay. I'm not sure how our detectives work still. Okay, well. Samadhi and Grant could use a boost. So could Birch. Actually, Birch Jr. could, because Birch is on his way out, I would imagine. So, you can work tomorrow. We do the end of the day thing. Right? Robespierre to reveal his identity when the time is right. Enemies using feminists to destroy Freeburg. Feminist organization denied official registration.
Whenever I'm alone at home and there's a knock at the door, I always hope it'll be my wife, Laura. She's always forgetting her keys.
Hello, my name is Steve, and you're Jack Boyd, is that right?
To get to my front door, the Bible boys walked about a mile from the local bus stop, jumping over mud puddles and skirting a couple of landfills. Laura doesn't go in for religion either, but according to her, these brave lunatics with their fake smiles deserve at least a minute of attention. She patiently listens to them, asks them questions, regales them with pastries, and never once dropping a hint of condescension. When I watch her do it, I've got to admit it gets me. I'd have hugged those boys, sat with them on the porch and lit up a cigar. But a month after Laura left, all I could do was quietly ask them not to bother me. Today I'm a little rougher still. Shut the door on his nose this time. Another couple weeks at this rate and I'll be greeting anyone who comes close with my service pistol pointed towards the sky, ready to fire my warning shots. In my life, even the basic stuff never goes like it's supposed to. Normally, when a wife is going to leave home, she'll make a scene, or at least sit everyone down for a serious conversation. But Laura just disappeared. The children in the stories always stand on the side of the mother, but all three of our sons supported me. The in-laws always blame the husband for making their daughter unhappy. But now Sally, Laura's mother, well, we sort of have a pact. The fellow Laura ran off with is young enough to be her son. I hear he's 30 years old. Of all the possible information a man can know about his wife's lover, I get hit with that. Fortunately, Laura's mother doesn't like the way it sounds either. Sally figures this guy just thought he'd have some fun with a mature woman, but he'll be back chasing college girls before the year is out. So we have an agreement. Sally's gonna track down Laura and try to reason with her, and we'll arrange a meeting. Meanwhile, I'm supposed to not do anything stupid, which of course means anything at all. It's a crazy situation. I'm the police chief, and the person I'm trusting to find my wife is an old woman armed with a phone book. But I can't afford to lose Sally as an ally. So for the moment, I had to swallow my pride.
Hello.
Mrs. Markham, this is Boyd.
Oh, is there any news?
That's what I wanted to ask you. Have you found anything? An address, phone number? Have you spoken to her?
Don't worry, Jack. I've narrowed the range to 2 suspects, or whatever you like to say at your police building.
At my police building, we find people faster than a funny old woman chirping on the phone with my wife's girlfriends.
Oh, you're an old man, Jack. Come to your senses. They'd give us straight odds on the street. But I've got more energy, Jack. Maybe you think I'm a foolish old woman, but I go to my book club, argue with the girls about Byron, and it gives me energy. I talk to my dogs, and it gives me energy. And you have nothing, Jack. You don't even have a hobby. You got no passion. It's why Laura left you.
Let's not go back into that, Sally. Find my wife, and we can discuss my hobbies later. I'm waiting for your call, and my patience is running thin. Laura, if you've stopped loving me, I'll let you go. I can't expect the impossible from you. Just don't let me die out here, okay?
I accidentally broke my bathroom mirror when I was getting ready for work. My dad always said that 7 years of bad luck, and I know that's a silly superstition. It'll probably only last 7 hours. It might be a good idea for me to take the day off. What do you think? No. I knew there'd be something with these high professionalism people. Alright. Do I want to have Tsubaki take the day off? I don't think so. Not this time. Not this time.
This is the day that guy dies.
Oh. I should have handed out stripes. Oh well. See what this one is. Destruction of property. A member of the city's cleaning crew saw an elder man approaching expensive cars in the parking lot carrying a large iron rod. The whole street could hear him shouting, "Bastards, thieves, bloodsuckers."
I support this man.
Someone commits a serious crime and flees the scene. Case goes to your detectives. They investigate the crime scene, interview witnesses, and gather whatever information seems pertinent. One of your detectives will be lead investigator on the case, and you can assign additional detectives to the case who will work under the lead investigator as subordinates. The more professional the lead investigator, the more effective the team. Okay. Black activist Ronnie Moore was found shot outside his home. Fire all black cops from City Hall. The racist gang has been recently made some trouble in the city. They're capturing black townspeople and beating them to death. They've recently sent a message to the local radio station promising to kill all the black doctors, firemen, and police. Don't need any more dead police, especially not mere months out before the election. The racists are gaining more and more followers, and even some of our citizens support them. You'll have to fire all your black employees over the next 2 days. Fucking
Sure,
what?
That's the excuse.
That? What?
It's for their own good, really. Definitely won't look bad.
So we need to put Stovall in a position where he fails out. We need to put Austin in a position where she fails out. And Armstrong, apparently. And Moser. What a weird situation. Carjacking. Gas station surveillance scammer recorded a car that's on the stolen vehicles list. Well, you three can either sink or... You got what you deserved. He's been causing trouble for a long time, and recently there's been a lot of cursing and carrying on. don't remember the car in the neighborhood was quiet. I haven't heard any shots. Police these days don't do nothing. I almost died myself. I went to buy some medicine and was nearly hit by the same or some idiot's car. Okay. Okay, so I guess the idea is that over time you'll get evidence and you're supposed to put it together. What order things happened in. Of note, there's a cracked window in both of these. There also doesn't appear to be any, like, shot, even though it says that there was. Yeah, okay. Destruction of property. Vendor caught. Officers unharmed. You see, and you get different people to grab from, I guess. Backlog, fire all black cops. Well. Yeah, I mean, the only thing to do here, I think, is Stovall might be getting old. So we might be able to move him with that, but we're going to have to use him to boost up some of the other people. Alright. Well, see what we can do. Desire Park. Suspicious individual Corey Ramsey, mother of 7 children, has expressed her concerns about a suspicious man wearing bifocals seated on a bench beside the playground. He's been watching the children for over an hour and has taken several photographs of them. Okay. Carjacking suburb. Driver is nowhere to be seen. Any variant of potential substances. Search the car.
Well, Twitch is dying for me, which leads me to do a very weird while having the Twitch chat popped out.
Powerful. This is just the way it has to be. Probably a better experience, to be honest. Yeah, but then you don't get ads. Presumably. What do you think, Alucard? Carjacking guy is nowhere to be seen, but we've apparently found the car. Do you search the car, or do you wait for a driver to appear? I don't think interviewing any potential eyewitnesses helps, quite frankly. Which, if the car's already reported stolen, then I believe you do have some reasonable cause to search the car.
It later.
And then you're taking the thing that the punishment is more important than recovering the car itself.
Well,
so which is the more important thing?
You're a cop.
So you wait for the driver to appear? Or you interview potential witnesses?
Citizens gotta know what's up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Vendor caught, officers unharmed, civilians unharmed. Twitch is super dying, apparently. Which, before I do that, Anasper, are you sure Twitch is super dying and it's not just me? Because I am seeing an unstable on my end.
It might be you. YouTube's not doing too well either.
Okay, I will Would wait it out until someone picks it up. You know what? Okay, it looks like it's recovering. It looks like it's maybe recovering. If that happens again, I do have a potential solution.
Complete.
Fender escaped. Officer unharmed. Dragon's Lair nightclub. Mr. Boyd, I'm opening Freeburg's first martial arts club, and for my first exhibition, I'd like to hold a sparring match where one of my students takes on your toughest cop. After the fight, I'll teach your man a few tricks, something that will help him out on the streets. A terrible decision. Our toughest cop is this middle-aged woman. Who are we okay with someone dying? Tsubaki. It's okay if you die. Look at this honorable combat. I was tempted to send Austin so that she could, like, leave us if need be. Homicide report. Your detectives present frames. Different versions of what might have happened at the crime scene. You got 3 new frames. Okay. Open investigation. They get it wrong half the time, but a good cop can separate fact from fiction if they know how to look at case materials. The more professional the detectives working on the investigation, the better their instincts. Okay. To get your suspects, you'll need to figure out the true sequence of events at the crime scene using the frames you think likely. Sometimes with a little guesswork thrown in. If you add it all up but the sequence fails, you're probably telling the wrong story. Okay. Drove us around and shot like a machine gun. Didn't see much. Okay, so somewhere in there. Okay, and I can shift it around. I only heard a few muffled shots. So the question would be is if they thought it was like a machine gun or a few muffled shots. So, I mean, maybe it's the combination of the two. I mean, maybe it's the combination of the two, right? Side note, silencers don't really work like that. Maybe if it's a 22, like, with subsonic ammo, and you make it a hush puppy so it doesn't eject the shell, it helps, but it's still going to be somewhat loud. That's your best shot at that. A lot of cursing and carrying on. I don't remember the car in the neighborhood was quiet. I never heard any shots, so silencer gets supported by that somewhat, right? I was nearly hit by some idiot's car. Something like that.
A in progress.
Kevin's throat bar. You can become the throat goat at Kevin's throat bar. A bartender reports that a couple dancers started fighting over tips. Bartender reports that a couple dancers started fighting over tips and a catfight broke out right on the stage. Well, this is pretty low impact. Austin, you take care of it.
311A in progress.
Octopus Restaurant. Fight. Bartender reported the fight broken out between a patron and the bar's bouncer. A man apparently drunk had climbed onto the stage while a local singer was performing and tried to sing a duet with her. Beat that man to death. You know what, let's get, let's see if we can pull Butch Jr. out of the shit. Maybe. Possibly. It seems like if they're under 150, you want to try to send them to close things with maybe a accomplished officer so that you can get them into acceptable range, for lack of a better term. On the stage are two strippers going at it, and it's gone beyond arguing to a full-on catfight. The bouncer is fast asleep, clearly too wasted to handle the situation. Drunken patrons are happily watching the fight. Draw your service weapon! Bitch has gotta die. Shut off the music and turn up the lights. Continue fighting, oblivious of the police presence. Ask for it a bucket of the cold water and throw it on the combatants. Watch the strippers go at it and don't interfere.
I mean,
So this is a bad option, but...
it's just a dead or alive match.
So this is a bad option because, like, yeah, you don't want to step on an elevated platform and get pushed off of it. But these are really bad options also. Oh well.
311A complete.
Bender escaped.
Sometimes
How did
you
they
gotta take risks.
How did they escape? It's a naked woman. That is a depending factor in Asper. You do not have enough information to determine if it was mutual combat in states that mutual combat applies to. And in addition to that, there is significant chance for damage to property. And it is also disturbing the peace. It is also your job as an officer to also step in before there's any serious damage done between combatants as well. You can't just like go, well, they wanted to fight, so that guy getting his head actually caved in by the other guy, well, guess that's just the way it is. Also, as a side note, the water thing creates a slippery surface. If one of them eats shit and dies or gets injured as a result from that, you are directly culpable for that because you created the situation. Kazuki Tamura. Chief, I just about nailed the Jep a couple times, but he was too fast for me and won on points. Don't really understand all their rules, so I can't keep track of points very well, but he was right. He even showed me a few tricks after the match. I got carried away a little and pulled my back. Think I could take the day off? Okay, so Tsubaki needs a day off. I was going to give it to her anyway. Alright. Alright, Alright, Armstrong. You're gonna go to work tomorrow. Because we gotta get our... We apparently have to get our black cops fired, and no questions asked. Retired police officer Thomas Blaine shoots pregnant woman. Jesus. Mayor Rogers City has no problem with racists. Officer Blaine explains, I thought she was a suicide bomber.
Why would a man need a barn? To store all the stuff you can't bring home. About 30 years ago, back when I was young and interested in farming, I carried all kinds of junk home. After a day in the field, I'd come home with buckets, shovels, dirty boots and clothes, and instantly transform the living room. But even back then, there's something I always kept in the barn. I stopped keeping my pills inside the house because every time I was about to take a triple, someone would knock on my bedroom door. Now they're knocking on my barn door. Well, fine. It's not every day that someone comes to visit your barn. In all the years we worked together, Kendrick never came to visit the house. We drank at bars, went fishing, went to the mountains, even chased off some poachers one time. But he never came for dinner with the family. We never watched football over here. And now he's brought his friends to visit my barn. I always try to look unsurprised, like it's an everyday thing to get visitors at the old barn, especially guests with their own personal bodyguards. But Kendrick is sharp enough to see he's caught me with my pants on backwards.
Sorry for the surprise, Jack. We saw you from the car. Figured we'd find you in here. I'm going in for a minute, fellas. These guys will wait outside.
How long you been dating the lover boys?
They're Sans people, Jack.
Yeah. So now you're appearing in public with members of the Mafia?
Jack, I'm leaving tonight. More like fleeing. Jenny and I are taking the girls and making a run for it. Probably won't be seeing each other again. I've got new documents, a new name, a new life, everything new.
The papers say you're still working your last week for the department.
I've got to get out today. I won't be getting another chance. Don't know if you noticed, but the whole city is against me.
You told your Mafia friends about your plans.
Jackie, if I don't fix everything with them in the next few hours, they're going to kill me. And not just me. My family, my relatives, God, Jack, I don't know who else. They found out that I was planning to run and they demanded that we close our contract today.
Your contract, Frank? Really? Is that how you talk now? Maybe you should call in the lawyers to straighten all this out.
Now is not the time, Jack, please. I have a commitment to them until the end of the year. They need an inside line at police headquarters. I can't just give them back the money. That's not how the Mafia works. If I can't find someone I can trust tonight, I'm dead. You know me, Jack. I wouldn't ask you if I wasn't afraid they'd cut my daughters to pieces before sunrise.
He's the damn fool who puts his daughters in the crosshairs in the first place. Anyone in my place would have dressed him down good. But I didn't want to pile it on. Fate's already got this guy's soul in the grinder.
Yeah, something about, getting in the way of the Mafia, about somebody who fucked up and made his own bed.
I'm not gonna lecture you, Frank. I don't think I have anything to say that you don't already know. I'm sorry for your family. I wish them all the best of luck.
I'm too tired, I can hardly walk straight. Can I go home? Why, of course you can go home. I drank too much. I don't think I can hold it together today. May I go home? Sure, you can go home. I think I forgot to feed my fish back at my house. Can I have the day off? No. Too tired. I can hardly walk straight. Can I go home? Yes. You have no health. Alright. Well. We have only one detective on. Which we will rectify by illegally firing, quote-unquote, the blacks. No matter your personal relationship with city's administration, your police station is at their mercy. In order to maintain reasonable working conditions, you'll have to send appropriate requests to the mayor. Affairs. City Hall. What year does this game take place? Unsure, although they did mention at least Citizen Kane was in theaters. So, that is our only indication so far about what era this takes place in. That doesn't mean that it takes place when Citizen Kane came out, it just means that it is post-Citizen Kane.
It takes place in a year in which it's acceptable to fire all black policemen. I hope
So
that
potentially every year, unfortunately. Decisions from City Hall depend on whether they're satisfied with their work. Send requests every 5 days. The fools in charge of the city may refuse outright or accept only some of the requests, so you only ask for the help you really need. Alright, we are gonna lose a couple of detectives, and we're gonna lose a couple officers. So I think we need to do job slots. Let's try to do both. Came to work drunk. Boom. Out of here, buddy. Alright, we failed 2 assignments, so we need to get her to fail another assignment. And then Armstrong needs to have something happen. I'm going to imagine Stovall is probably too old. Yeah, okay. So we'll get what we can out of Stovall before we fire him. Who do we need? We need him on Shift A. Davenport. What if the SWAT team has to go? Well, I don't have an answer for that.
SWAT team will never go.
Disorderly conduct. Every morning there's a dirty, piss-soaked bum sleeping at the cafe. The man refuses to go away and growls at anyone who approaches, scaring customers. Get in there, Austin. You're gonna do it, Austin. Touch up Dionysus liquor store. So this is fairly far away. Ooh, SWAT. Witness looked into her window and while an armed man with a stocking on his head entered the nearby liquor store. Boom. We'll deploy SWAT. This is relatively far away. We also forgot to do stripes again because we're idiots. But, what are you gonna do? Let's go Stovall in there. We'll get Sandy and Grant. And we'll get Shanao in there also. Proceed. Residential area, fight. Hot dog vendor reports that he saw two Elvis impersonators grappling right there on the sidewalk. They're swearing in Spanish and beating the shit out of each other with microphone stands. Okay.
Alright.
Hopefully this is good enough. Though something tells me it's not going to be. Disorderly contact. Offers... Vendor escaped. Well, that's a shame. It's not disappoint. Okay. Tomorrow is the deadline. Well, about that. Well, Austin, you failed 3 investigations despite the fact that we literally set you up for failure. So Armstrong's going to be a problem. So I do not think we can literally fire him in a way that makes sense. Nope, we'll get Donnie Coleman in there. SWAT deployed.
Looks like we have a situation here.
Shop has 2 exits, from which a few people have already fled. Backdoor entrance, I guess. Stick-up man noticed the police presence, took a cashier hostage. He's holding his gun to the hostage's head. Back off or I'll blow his goddamn face off. Meanwhile, the cashier is yelling in an unknown language. You're in a mask, shut your face and drop the weapon. What? Visibly nervous. Don't shoot, please. I just need the money. Just take a little bit and go. No one was hurt. Cashier begins to cry. In cuffs or in a body bag? So, you can literally lie about this.
Yeah.
I wonder if they'll let us take this approach.
9 testing complete.
There we go. We did it. Investigation. Robbery. An antique Chinese necklace was stolen from Yaolong while she was on the way to the pawn shop. Well, here you go, Beasley. It's all on you. Countryside.
I believe in Beasley.
Back this year's organizers of the Golden Beast Hunt suddenly changed the rules of the annual shooting contest. It now features teams instead of single competitors. Can you send 2 of your finest marksmen? Really love to do well in the competition. Well, she gonna get fired anyway, so guess we send in Vandal. Wait, can I hold off on this? It's a hot one today, and a lot of people are going for a swim. Last week, 4 people drowned on the beaches of Freiburg, and the press was in an uproar. Please send someone to keep an eye on things. Okay. Okay. We have some issues here. Fight court. Vendor escaped. Damn. Unfortunate. Destruction of property. Gallery of modern art. Gallery exhibition. Sex operation gang of young people in ski masks forced their way in and began smashing exhibits, yelling, "We don't need this shit in our city." Okay. Alright. It's kind of a lot. Okay. Waited as much as we could. Okay. I mean, let's send Numata. Let's send Grant. Send the ladies in. Investigation has started. Bao Lang, the victim. Me and my husband got into a difficult financial situation. I was going to pawn an antique necklace, which has been in my family for many centuries. As I was carrying the necklace to the pawn shop, someone ripped the bag from my shoulder and disappeared. I didn't have time to do anything, not even cry out. Fender was on a motorcycle. He drove down the road, grabbed the bag, and then escaped. I tried to race after him, but I didn't have time to see if it was a man or a woman. I couldn't see his face, but he was dressed in a jacket like those of the other bikers that hang around on the street corners. It was definitely not a local biker. They are bald and have beards. This guy looked Asian, probably Japanese or Chinese. I didn't see a weapon in his hands. I just saw him grab the bag and ride off. Okay.
212 complete.
Fender caught for destruction of property. Well, Stovall, you done a good job. Old. Robbery. Got 3 new frames. Open investigation. Huan Yinlin, Chinese immigrant. Okay. The detectives have information on the whereabouts of a suspect. Sometimes there might be a number of locations to choose from. Vandalism, Atticus Tower. Guard went out for a smoke and saw a teenager writing obscenities on the wall of the building. I chased the brat up a tree. Take it from here. Okay. Carrying out their arrest, 2 officers must escort the lead investigator to apprehend the suspect. If the lead investigator is not on duty, the arrest will have to wait. But remember that features will stay permanently while you... Also remember that criminals will react in different ways. A frightened thief is likely to surrender as soon as the game is up. Brutal killer might want to just see how many he can take down with them. With the more dangerous criminals, it's safer to send experienced officers or even the SWAT team if you see fit. Yeah, he doesn't need a SWAT team for snatch and grab. However... Okay. This is all we got. Get in there and hope for the best, I guess. Alright, Chinatown Dormitory. Alright, Stovall. Get in there for one last hurrah, I guess. See if you can push Butch Jr. in. We did it, Boyd. We won. That Ernest really knows a lot about shooting. He even taught us a thing or two. Invite us out for hunting to celebrate the victory, so we'll be taking the day off. We deserve it. You motherfuckers. Am I locked? Feel like I was supposed to get to end shift or something. There we go. Vandalism. Vendor escape. Officers unharmed. Vendor caught. Case closed. We were able to arrest all suspects. End the day. Looks like tomorrow's going to be a long day. More like the first of a lot of long days. There's just so much going on. Alright. We will have... Mahdi should work tomorrow. Who do we have in shift B? We have some nice people in shift B. Nice selection. We'll go... Send Grant as well. According to Dr. Eleanor Waterbury, Thomas Blaine has a new form of schizophrenia. Thomas Blaine, pregnant woman killer, sent to mental hospital. Mayor Rogers not afraid of the competition.
Mr. Boyd, there was a man here earlier. He left you this.
A man? What man? Who let him on this floor?
I don't know. I've never seen him before. I asked him his name, but he just ignored me. He was talking on a big telephone, you know, one of those portables. He gave me this envelope and left.
Okay, so large portable telephones.
Okay, let's see about this.
So this be like 70s, I guess. 70s or 80s.
The photo could have been doctored, of course, but Sand doesn't go in for cheap theatrics. Kendrick is dead, his family is dead, and they probably died slowly and painfully. But Sand's got a bigger game. He's not trying to frighten me. He's just trying to clue me in on the facts. I didn't agree to work for him on my own, so now they're just going to insist. Boyd.
Good morning, Jack. I believe you just received my message.
Who am I speaking with?
Oh, I'm sorry. I forget some people don't recognize my voice. But I assure you, Jack, if I was sitting right there in front of you, you'd have no trouble recognizing me. Like I was a member of your family. Even better than a wife, perhaps. A wife can betray you. No man is immune.
I don't talk to people who don't tell me their names.
Oh, Jack, don't be so childish. You're too old to run away from strangers. Yes, we both are. And in our old age, friendship becomes rare and all the more precious. But of course, we must work with new people and find out new names. So if you insist, Jack, let us formally meet. Hello, Jack Boyd. I'm Christopher Sand.
Wonderful, Mr. Sand. And what is it you do for a living?
Oh, you'll soon find out all about that. Well, you'll learn much more than a simple policeman could ever expect. You're a simple policeman no longer, Jack. Don't turn off your phone. You start today.
Eight in 10. It's been my go-to principle since my first day on the job. I've got to let my colleagues hush up what they need to, 2 out of 10 times, so that they'll help me with the remaining 8. 80 out of 100, 800 out of 1,000. I'm proud of those statistics. It's not so bad for Freeburg, right? But now I just officially became a mafia whore. I'm supposed to be fearing for my life, for the lives of my wife and children. But the only thing I can think, what's gonna happen to 8 and 10?
Okay. Court is deciding the custody case of my children today. They're crying and afraid that they won't be allowed to live with me. I have to get to this hearing. Could you give me the day off? Yes. Because you're at 3 anyway, so I won't even conditional her for tomorrow. Gang member. Yuan Yin Li turned out to be a member of the gang known as the Red Masks. Could help you to take down the gang if you make him an informant. Sure. There are a number of gangs in Freeburg, and that means there's bounties to collect. Some of the criminals you'll come across will be members of one gang or another. In exchange for immunity, they may be willing to give up their bosses. This way you can get your hooks into gang members higher up the food chain, ultimately take down the boss. If you do arrest the boss, the gang will be finished, and you'll get to claim the reward. There's also a reward for formally charging gang members. Whenever you arrest a gang member, you get a bonus. But your deal with that person is over. Don't settle for small fish, you use the small fish to catch the big fish. Mingyi. Receiving stolen property. Wise Dragon Restaurant. Mingyi Lin, or hid the stolen antique necklace. Put mole on it. And DeBrito can help. Actually, that's what I want to do. Travis Norton, a known racist who already has several previous convictions.
I followed you round from town to town. I'm Alabama bound. Don't you leave me here.
Pretty and Grant can get in there. This is a rough one, because we don't have the best detectives. We'll do this, proceed, under the assumption that we have to get rid of Armstrong pretty soon. City Hall, Valentine gave several interviews in which she spoke to about atrocities committed by the Red Masks gang. She embellished a lot and distorted facts. If you want to keep people from panicking, you'll need to take down the gang within the next 4 days. 4 days, huh? So we're out to serve the city. If you can't keep your process, we won't keep ours. Well, it's unfortunate. You can hire one more detective. Grimes. Inside Grimes in there. Good old Grimy. Now hire one more police officer. Okay. Let's get Grimy in there.
Fortune in progress.
Sugar Dream Confectionery. Attempted murder. Young employee at the factory got into a fight with the manager and was trying to push him into a vat of boiling chocolate. That is rough. Well, Hopefully,
That's a
fish
super
spot.
villain origin story.
Choco Baco.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, right-hand man. Ning He is the faithful assistant Jin Yang, a founding member of the gang. He's entrusted with the most serious jobs. Ning He keeps his most valuable prizes at home while he arranges their sale. He then brings them to the Wise Dragon restaurant the day before he's planning to make the deal. The gang must have had an immediate buyer for the necklace, and he brought it to the restaurant the same night it was stolen. Usually the restaurant is open around the clock, but it was closed the night before because an important deal was going down. Here's the key to the restaurant. Valuables are kept in the safe under the bar. Okay. Homicide report. Vendor caught. Nobody dead. Powerful. We're able to arrest all suspects. What's up, Breland?
410A complete.
First on-site reporting. You going to D-backs? Fender caught officers unharmed. Okay. Carjacking in the suburb. Parking lot attendant Dylan Burns reports seeing a teenager walking between cars. Ryan handles the hopes of finding an unlocked vehicle before the attendant could approach him. The teenager found an unlocked door and shut himself inside. A few seconds later, the teen drove shrieking from the parking lot. Greatly exceeding the speed limit, he fled towards the suburbs. Purdy's about to get her stripe the next time I get one, I think.
Officer on scene. Looks like we
Officers have determined the car thief's location. Catch up with the stolen vehicle and open fire. Great decision. Or take the criminal and attempt to take him into custody. Or take the vehicle and block the road.
113
How immersive do we want to be?
There was a firefight!
710A in progress.
Hostage situation. Weeping child called in saying that someone was holding him against his will. They won't let me go outside. They torture me and bully me. I don't think I can keep going. I want to go outside and see Pete. This is a domestic call, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I'll put Purdy on a domestic. Put Purdy and Grant. Let's get Grant to 200 if we can. Sounds like a grounded kid, but if it's some sort of slavery thing or imprisonment, should take it at least somewhat seriously.
911 in progress.
Joseph Lowry's mother wouldn't let him go play until he ate his broccoli. Yep. That's what I figured. Tan needs help. Jack, we're dealing with a moron who refuses to repay his debts. Says that the police will protect him. I think it's time we show him whose side the police are on. Okay. Sure. I'll send my most professional agent, Samadhi. Theft. Received a call from an angry casino patron. He claims that one of the casino girls that was hanging around his table lifted his wallet. Just carrying a couple $1,000s in cash and several credit cards. Casino security shoved him outside, saying that he was drunk. The man isn't giving up so easily. Okay. Fender cut, officers unharmed.
412 in progress.
Assault with a deadly weapon. Parking lot exit, a security guard stopped a suspicious-looking van and asked to check the driver's membership card. The female driver reached casually into the glove compartment, pulled out a gun, and opened fire. Okay, well, going in hot.
We've got a situation here.
Assault with a deadly weapon. Police cruiser is caught up with the perpetrator's van. Okay. So trying to run a van off the road is a rough situation because it has more mass than your typical cars. We're gonna bullhorn. Man takes a sharp turn and crashes through the window of a sex shop. The woman exits the vehicle, grabs a shop attendant, and puts a gun to his head. Throw a rubber sex doll at the assailant.
Works every time.
Kill the man right now.
412.
Ah, it's that easy. Just say, you don't do that. And there you go.
I mean, how will you know unless you ask?
I would simply tell them not to do it. Detective Mole, you got 3 new frames. Open investigation. Keeps his most valuable possessions at home while he rages through the sale. He brings them to the Wise Dragon restaurant on the day before. He's planning to make the deal. Okay. He must have an immediate buyer, so it brought the same night it was stolen. Okay. That night it was closed because an important deal was going down. Yeah, Chinese immigrant hasn't officially worked anywhere for the past 10 years. Okay. Alright, let's make sure we take this guy in, since it's an important case. Support SWAT. Yeah, let's make sure we bring this guy in. Firebird. so firing Birch. We're losing 1 on shift A. Well, I mean, SWAT honestly shouldn't be deployed that often in Asper. You usually deploy SWAT only when you know that you are expecting hostile confrontations, and you know the location where it's going to occur. So, like, we know that this guy is going to be at this place at this time, and we have reason to believe that there could be a dangerous situation because it's used as a fencing location for stolen goods. So a SWAT team, I think, is warranted in this case. Yeah, Freeland. I said hi. I'm guessing you're covering D-backs, since that seems to be your team of choice, it feels like. Able to arrest all suspects. Okay, so we need more. We don't have any more connections yet, so we're going to hold off on this so far. We'll see where we get. Fiesta Bowl charity event, Illinois. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Anybody crack any dingers? Alright, kind of feel like I want to send Spock to, the other side to help out. Yeah, let's send it tomorrow. Let's send Asano to work tomorrow. And let's send Bull to work tomorrow. No baseball was played. Number tonight for D-backs. Nice, nice. This guy has a real problem, like, just setting coffee on his papers. Racist gang runs wild in the city. Investigation into Francis Kendrick could resume. Second tower to be built in Freeburg. Made sure to get some coverage for the organizers, right, Freeland?
The people of Freeburg have built up a tolerance for the petty horrors of modern life. You'll never see crowds gathering around a beaten passerby. Folks rarely even slow to gawk at a car accident. And street theft doesn't turn heads anymore. Been a long time since people got worked up about stuff like that. So when I ran into a troubled crowd on the way to work, I knew there was something serious going on. Something bad enough to knock these people out of their daily rhythm. And we're talking about people who would step over a corpse if it was blocking the door to the coffee shop. But apparently all it takes is a bunch of leaflets, or spreading broken glass across Main Street, or releasing a couple of hundred rats in the ice arena. The mysterious figure taking responsibility for these strange acts goes by the alias Robespierre. Nobody knows who he is, what he wants, or what all this adds up to, from the buckets of lard spread on the sidewalk to the front door of City Hall covered with ostrich feathers. But this strange cross between childhood pranks and cheap theatrics has got the people all worked up. Everyone understands when some Freeburg crook satisfies the basic human need to rob and kill. But when someone steals a lion from the local zoo and locks him in a cell below the courthouse, the people start asking questions. Myself, I kinda like this Robespierre. It's not just the pranks he's pulling or his green bull's head emblem. I just like his funny nickname. Robespierre? Really? Who does that make me? The Marquis de Lantenac? I don't think so. In the old books about revolutions, I fancy myself the old gunner who goes off to war with a bag of damp powder. Or maybe the innkeeper who tops up the beer kegs with mop water. It's something to think about.
Martin Stett is your new deputy. Just forced into deputy. Grant didn't come into work today. Interesting. Too tired, I can barely walk straight. Can I go home? Yes. Got a terrible heartburn this morning. Maybe better if I go home and lie down. No. Too tired, I can't walk straight. Can I go home? Yes. So it looks like they get 2 pips for arresting. While I was taking out the trash, I accidentally got into some poison ivy this morning. I noticed my feet were blistered. It doesn't look like anything serious, but I'd like to see a doctor just in case.
Well, is that 1 pip a day? Because they don't work the next day?
Perhaps. Also, hello, Aaron and Aaron viewers. We are playing This Is the Police, which is more of a game than I thought it was going to be, which is a good thing. But I got turned onto this game because a pretty decent judge of movies and stories and stuff recommended it as a potential play for, like, it's the way it structures its plot storytelling. So we're here and doing this. And this is apparently like a 12-hour game or something like that. We will not be doing all 12 hours here, but we're going to knock out a nice chunk. I am going to get up for a moment because I got to go to the restroom, but I will be right back. And I will read Freeland's dissertation on what happened with the charity baseball event that he covered. Alright, folks, I'm back. How did Phantom Menace runs go, by the way, Air? Where's the coffee shop? I mean, I'll be honest. If I get to network with people that are passionate about their jobs, 60 miles isn't that bad. Sorry about that. Somebody brought me some paperwork to fill out real quick. I do apologize. But yeah, I mean, if I could meet people that were passionate about something, like I used to drive about 200 miles to play Magic when I was playing that. And I do that every week. I wouldn't do that now because, you know, it's not necessarily what I'm super passionate about, and there's not a lot of money to be made in Magic unless you're very, very good at it. But, you know, it was cool. Plus 0.7. That's solid. New records can be obtained as a gift as a thank you of service, but why wait when you can refill your collection? Okay. Catalog. Ulrich's list catalog, you can always find a rich assortment at the lowest possible prices. Pre-order and save. Those trains are gone. Oh wow, you actually have to spend money. That's rough. Finish on the track lasts forever. I don't care about Beethoven. Let's do this. And, we'll pre-order something. This song is so rich and delicious that it could feed all the starving children in the world. Powerful.
All of them? Well, why didn't we do that instead of making a stupid song?
I usually don't beat my kids, but if my daughter broke this record, she'd be in the hospital.
Usually is doing not a lot of lifting right there.
Hello, Kung Fu Zombie. Solid enough. Said multiple times before, Aaron, but to me it's nice to be on pace, if nothing else. The expected outcome of speedrunning, once you've done it for any real amount of time in a game, is failure. So just getting close is pretty good. Or if I feel like I played well, even if it didn't succeed. Playing well and playing correctly are very important things to me. Okay, I don't think we did this one. The Mafia can offer you some very interesting services. You're practically a member of the family now, so it'll hardly cost you a thing. It'll hardly cost us a thing. Crime Trap. The Mafia will falsify a special crime in progress report, and all the officers who arrive on the scene will be killed. Up to 3 cops. Jeez! Investigation Trap. Falsify special investigation, and detective who arrives on scene will be killed. Only one detective. Threaten. The Mafia will intimidate members of the committee before the hearing at the prosecutor's office. Okay. At our labor market. Your new assistant is no Kendrick, but he's not as useless as you might seem. He can handle some of your duties when you're pressed for time. Lunch is on you along with other expenses. Deputy. Services and statistics. Send your employees to informal outdoor party. Cost $3,500 for a goddamn barbecue? The fuck? Hire a snitch. You know, important information for you. Send your staff for training. Sure. Let's send... You know what? Oh wow, you can only select one person. Rough. Very rough. Let's send... See, Shanao's got ranks. So, let's send Shanao. Accept. Bigfoot Athletic Shoe Shop. A shoe store clerk reports two teenagers found the most expensive sneakers on display, tried them on, and then, without paying, ran out the store wearing the new shoes. Alright. Pretty low-level crime. But I do want success on it. Let's send... You know what? Let's do this. We won't give up on Birch Jr. yet. Actually, should we give up on Birch Jr.? Hold on. Birch Jr., can I fire you yet? No. Okay. basically The Sims, but more police corruption.
I'm sure that's also just in The Sims.
The teens are standing in a restaurant and smoking not far from the store, admiring their new shoes. Mind if I have a cigarette?
9/11.
Mm-hmm. Attempted murder. Man returned from work earlier than usual and found his young wife in bed with her lover. Maid called the police when she saw the husband taking the hunting rifle from the cabinet. Well, that's not great. Send in 2 good people and 2 rookies. Actually, Samadhi's not doing great, but get him in there. So this is an odd one, because you might think that you should deploy SWAT for this, but that's not necessarily true, because it's fairly certain that the violence is towards 2 individuals and not to the public at large or to any officers that be responding on scene. Hey, in Freeburg, we're hosting the premiere of Back to the Future, the film's... Okay, so there you go, the premiere of Back to the Future. So that'd be, what, 82? 84? I'm relying on someone else to give me that information. Today in Freeburg, we're hosting a premiere of Back to the Future. The film's distributors have asked the city for an officer to stand at the door to ensure that visitors don't bring handheld cameras to the theater. Are you fucking serious?
85.
85. We got it. Oh, Shano. Really dislike that you have to keep playing new songs. We should just cycle through them. Offender caught. Officers unharmed. Civilian dead. Unfortunate.
Oh, it stops when the song ends.
412A in progress.
Assault Freeburg Elementary School. A young father deprived of parental rights tried to pick up his daughter from school. When he wasn't allowed access, he attacked the teacher, knocked her to the ground, and started kicking her. Jesus. Alright, well, Bach. Actually, let's get Asano in there, and again, hopefully get her to 150. I have a very sensitive issue, which our mutual friend Charles Dial said you could help me out with. As you may already know, I own the largest music store in Freeburg. Recently, my ex-wife got half of my record collection in a lawsuit. There's a lot of rare records. My ex is very afraid of the police and always try to act like a law-abiding citizen. Some of your guys were to go over there in uniform and told her that the records are evidence in an important investigation. She'd just smile and give them whatever they want. Fucking what? Scumbags all over. Alright, well...
Help a guy out!
This
His
is
precious record
shitty, but
collection.
we'll do this. We'll do this. Oh, do I have to send 3? That's rough. Let's send somebody in there.
Send SWAT. I'm sure they can handle it.
Mm-hmm. For records.
I mean, what else are they gonna do?
Check, we have something going down at the engineering plant at 2209. We won't want any policemen crashing the party. I think $4,000 should be enough for such a request. Okay, so don't send something to the engineering plant?
210 in progress.
Disorderly conduct. Guard says that someone got into the exhibit hall, scrawled pictures of penises on the artwork, and hid in a closet.
Nice.
I mean, I don't think he's in the closet anymore if he's putting penises on it. But...
412A.
Maybe we should leave this one alone.
I'm reminded of, what's his name? Hill? Oh god, I'm trying to remember the name of the movie. Is it Superbad? It might have been Superbad. Then the fat actor was like, I draw penises all over everything. My brain's just failing me right now.
Probably super bad.
Chief, we helped Ulrika Bieber, and to thank us, he gave us a Gennaro Crispo album, Master. True, Van Dahl prefers glam, so he was really sad at the bar by the time the shift ended. So Van Dahl is very sad.
We've got a situation here.
Okay, disorderly conduct. All the lights are on in the police arrive. The museum's caretaker explains that he's only had the job a couple of weeks. He's worried he's going to be fired over this foolishness. The police calm him down and he points to the bathroom stall that the artist locked himself inside. And I enter the adjoining stall. Terrified and tearful young man holding a knife insists that he's endangered in some kind of or engaged in some type of performance art and no one understands him. He refuses to surrender and is threatening to stab himself. Tell me about your work.
10 complete.
Do you wish to know more?
I think when we get another option on City Hall, we'll probably get detectives. Because detectives does seem like it's a bottleneck when you're in investigations.
911 in progress.
Engineering plant theft. Well, we're told to let that one go. Psychological test from City Hall. Jack, you must have seen the newspaper stories about Thomas Blaine, the retired cop who had been schizophrenic and shot a pregnant woman. To ensure this tragedy doesn't repeat itself, you decide to conduct psychological testing for all cops over 50 years of age. That includes you, Jack. Tomorrow morning, Dr. Eleonora Waterbury is waiting for you in her office. Don't be late. Nope, that's it. Mysterious Robespierre announces political ambitions. City Treasury doles out a $90,000 for Mayor's birthday. 6 new restaurants to appear in city by year's end. To avoid this very simple test, I'll show you a card with an abstract image. You just look at them and tell me what you see. And taking a handful of tablets in a barn. Flying severed heads. Very abstract piece for flying severed heads. 2 natives beating on a drum I'm not seeing.
I mean, I guess the thing in the center could be like an arm, but I don't know what a drum is.
Well, the thing in the center is obviously an arm with pills, right?
Yeah.
But, like, I'm not seeing the abstractness of the other pieces. Like, I'm actively attempting to see the other things. Like, the flying severed heads, I'm pretty sure you'd have to be very abstract for. Sure. I mean, there's literally nothing else I can think of. Butterfly, maybe. Man with a clock for a face is, perhaps a bit of a stretch. Go butterfly. I know you could see the man going back home, but, you know, you gotta make it seem like you're not crazy. A blue alien raping a pig in this clearly not blue scene. Which reminds me, I need to turn off Flux. Just in case there actually was blue, and I wasn't getting it. A baby with spider legs. Ha. Huh. Tower on a hill. And this guy's really fixated on the Christmas ornaments, right?
Yeah.
A tree that's growing human lungs. Not seeing an automobile accident either. Marching hammers. We'll go an ice cream cone. Chess rook. And with the head of a rhinoceros. This is like, how are these Rorschach tests? They are so obviously one thing or another.
Well, they're not even ink blots. Like, there's color here.
I mean, I guess this is supposed to communicate what happened between him and his wife. Something happened at Christmas. Like, you notice how they associated the man as being a man and the woman as being a woman? Right?
Uh-huh. That storyline's also always in the same position.
I will inform you about the test results in the coming days. No black employees at City Hall. Mayor says accident. Abraham re-elected as Freeburg General Attorney. Major businessmen are ready to invest in the future of the city. So if we're assuming that each of these days takes about the same amount of time, we had been informed at the beginning of this game that there's 180 days till our retirement. So she drank too much. Can I go home? Yes, but come tomorrow. Get one stripe. Just the one. We can't award it to Shift A. Has to be Shift B. What are we liking here? You know, Ryan hasn't even worked for us yet. Guess we give it to Grant. Should he get the shooting trophy? We want to purchase some records, some sick beats. You know, records well known in 1985. A few months ago, an unregistered feminist organization appeared in Freeburg. Today they were holding their first protest. As far as we know, the organization is backed by foreign sponsors, and their goal is to get the people into important positions in City Hall. The protest may escalate into something more serious, and we need to show them who's in charge. Use batons and tear gas, even firearms if necessary. Show them what intimidation looks like up close and personal. Man, they really hit the cop. Yeah, this really makes you feel like a cop.
Finally, a non-woke game.
Or perhaps the most woke, if we're being honest. Let us be successful. Send in the SWAT team! You have to send 4 officers in SWAT. Alright. Well. Send in the ladies, send in the black person, send in Grimes,
Yep,
and Birch Jr. Listen, we gotta give them a decent chance of success here. Steve. Jack, we have a problem. The chief prosecutor of Freeburg is a woman, and it seems she's on the side of the feminists. She might be walking, or you might be walking into serious legal problems. Better play it safe and fake some evidence to shield you from any possible prosecution. Well, I don't have the money for this, so we'll forge a recording of telephone conversation in which one of the officers says he hates women and he couldn't wait to turn their faces into a bloody mess. Evidence against Christian Jews. We'll forge a letter in which the Mafia says the feminist organization is getting in the way of their business and demands press. Okay, there's... Well, we can't do either of these, so that's unfortunate. Mr. Boyd, your psyche is in good shape. My only concern is your stress level. My research shows that Beethoven's music soothes and relaxes the nervous system. I recommend you invest in a bit of good band. It will help you with any violent urges you might be feeling.
Yes.
Tomorrow is the deadline for the Red Mask gang. It's unfortunate, considering we literally have nothing else to work up on. So I don't think... Oh, there we go. Start to investigate. I think we're kind of fucked, though, unfortunately. Hostage situation. Well, SWAT isn't available for this, which is not good. Let's hold off on this as much as we can. Feminist protest. Suppress the protest by force? Nope. Well, they might get back in time. Just for G-Sand. Jack, we have something going down at Rubinovich Casino at 12:40. Didn't want any policemen crashing the party. I think 8,000. Okay, so 12:40 at Rubinovich, as long as it's not violent. Settler, Jin Yang always handles the big deals personally. Chinese businessman Bo Xiu secretly arrived in Freeburg last week. He's convinced that the necklace is stolen from his family back in the 17th century. Jin Yang typically pretends to be a regular restaurant visitor, tells the buyer in advance which table to find her at. Bo Xiu first travel without a bodyguard or driver so as not to attract too much attention. Jin Yang always insists on full payment up front and never deals in cash. Okay. Okay, we technically do not have SWAT support on this, which is not great. The satisfied client entered the law offices with a pistol, took several employees hostages to demand a meeting with the firm's partners. These Shyster Jews took me for a ride. They sucked up all my money and my son still went to jail. Okay. Well, let's kind of not fuck around with this. Fortunately, we do not have SWAT. So I guess what that means is when you deploy for SWAT. So when you deploy SWAT out, then I guess you can only do it once in a day, maybe? So since we deployed it against the protest, we didn't have it for the other thing. Or did we deploy it against the protest? I think we did.
Yeah.
Okay. A young woman set fire to the movie theater during a show and fled. Well, we don't have anybody to investigate that yet. very sad. Burrito's too old. Yeah, let's do that. Any other old people? Doesn't seem like it. I'm gonna check Purdy real quick. Yeah, Purdy doesn't have any. I was curious if she was considered old for some reason, even though she doesn't look it. Labor market. So we need a detective. Get, George Carlson. Hired Shift B. Actually, you need people in Shift A, I think. So we'll see if we were able to break the case on the other thing. Okay, robbery. Dealer at the casino called the police and entered with carrying a grenade.
Okay.
Okay, Mafia man. Grenades kind of a lot. Do we want to throw Birch under the bus? Not yet. Hostage situation. Vendor caught. Sir unharmed. Civilians unharmed. Kind of surprising. So I think the line is going to be when actual murder occurs. With the, what's it called? Mr. Boyd, today we're installing a new slot machine called Super Magnolin 3. These don't look like slot machines, these look like literal arcade machines, and you're at the arcade machine. Last time we put in a new one of the bigger kids almost broke it on the first day. It would be great if you could send us a couple of men to keep these kids under control.
I mean, that's all arcades are nowadays.
Fuck them kids! Know what I'm saying? Civilian killed. Not great. Alright, well. What do we got?
1210 in progress.
Suspicious individual. Pregnant girl called in a report on a suspicious gynecologist who she met in reception. The doctor was behaving very strangely and attempted to persuade the girl to have an abortion, though she was already 5 months pregnant. Through streaming tears, she explained the doctor said that it would, for only $10,000, he would save me from the parasite inside my body.
Yes, my bone marrow can cure cancer.
Yeah, we're gonna do... Yeah, we're actually gonna take Steel. So we got a double rank, so hopefully that'll help with Steel's professionalism. Because I do want to keep some heavy guns for when you have, like, an inevitable 4 people that you need. Everything went great, boss. In fact, it's been a while since we had so much fun. We beat the hell out of them playing Hellfighter. We would still really like to work on that arson, but we also still need to crack that case.
210 in progress.
Disorderly conduct. Housewife Takara Montez often complains to the police about her neighbors. They're constantly making a racket and often get into fights, always refusing to discuss things with their neighbors. She's called the police again today after hearing loud bangs in the apartment along with loud screams. According to her, about 6 or 7 people live in there. Well. Time to send in Grimy and Birch, I guess. Actually, Grimy and Samadhi. Doctor spots the police, grabs a scalpel, and boldly shouts, "Come on, I'll release your souls from this filthy world." So, technically your ladder of force is pepper spray first, then the taser. Also, tasers are not great. Just because in deployment, you have to be able to make sure that the pins go in them correctly, that they discharge their charge correctly. This is also 86, so I don't know how good CED pistols were back then. Pepper spray, not always the best, but it's better than trying to engage with somebody with a blade immediately.
1210 complete.
Doctor.
Like Doctor Energy.
Defense protests from the mayor himself. Jack, you swore an oath to serve the city. If you can't keep your promises, we won't keep ours. I don't know what you're talking about. Jack, we're about to bring in a large shipment of alcohol.
You didn't use force.
Yeah, I caught that. Jack, we're about to bring in a large shipment of alcohol, and we've heard that our new partners like to play rough. A couple of your guys are insurance. Then in Birch and Lundall, I guess.
I was trying to raise 10-1, Sergeant Hotspot.
Situation is more serious than we thought. Requests reinforcements. Okay. Not great. We just gotta hope that we have enough time if something worse comes up. Alright, Orion and Steel are back at least.
611 in progress.
Rape at True Color Hotel. Call came from a hotel occupant who was concerned about the cries of a woman in the adjoining room. Sounds to me like someone is being raped, said the frightened elderly woman. Well, send them in there, even though I'm pretty sure this is going to be a false alarm. Based on how they're describing it. Officers unharmed. Did it. Got 3 new frames. Open investigation. Alright. Always handles the big deals personally. Arrived in Freeburg last week. Okay. Typically pretends to be a regular customer at a restaurant. Tells buyer in advance which table she'll be at. Okay. Both should travel that. Yang, owner of the Wise Dragon restaurant. Alright. We need some officers, and we do not have SWAT.
Officer on scene. Looks like we have a situation here.
Door to one of the rooms on the second floor, standing under a jar, and through it you can be seen a large man holding a crying girl by the neck. He's striking her in the face and shouting, "Shut up, whore, I paid you." Now, paid I paid to you. Now keep quiet. Strike the man in the knees. Girl managed to escape, but her pimp leaps for the man and another fight breaks out. Pepper spray. Man shoves the pimp away and suddenly jumps out the window. Yeah, you don't jump out after. Go down the stairs. Yeah, he can't go anywhere. It's like, that's one of my favorite scenes in Archer, is they're like, you never go on top of the train. Like, where are they gonna go? Like, they can't jump off the train. Okay, we need a couple officers, and I would rather wait on this until we have 2 good officers, since we have to crack this case. Shit. And it was the end of the day. Unfortunate. Well, missed out on that. Just want to spend more time with my family. Oh no! You quit. Alright, get you to work tomorrow. We need you as the lead. How are we doing on shift B, people? Shift B people are, in general, pretty okay. Yeah, we'll go ahead. We'll go with this. Near Rogers displeased with police department. City employment rate drops below 1%. Powerful. My band is playing a charity concert for some sick children. Can I have the day off? No! Yes, but come by. My neighbor died and his wife asked me to help him with funeral arrangements. Can I take the day off? No. You just started working here. By an expensive album. Temptation Blues. This is that music you can wag your finger to. Please be advised that we're unhappy with the efficiency of the Freeburg BC. We're cutting the department's budget. Blah, blah, blah. We lose 1 job slot. Moving an occupied slot will automatically fire an employee. Okay. Daniel Gret is today a hero, having pulled a drowning Senator Wallace Green from the river. The municipality, on the senator's recommendation, has decided to reward this outstanding officer. Ceremony is scheduled for July 27th, and the event will be open to the press as well as Mr. Green's family, who wish to personally thank the police. Make sure nothing unusual happens to this officer, so she'll be able to receive the ceremony and receive a medal without complications.
Unusual.
John Chanel flanked all their exams and brought dishonor to the badge. Powerful. City Hall. Alright, we could use some detectives, and we'll try a SWAT upgrade. Who do we need for shift? Probably shift B. Or no. Yeah, shift B. Suburb. Sometimes your officers will arrest only 1 or 2 criminals, but when you're taking on down a whole group, it's better to bring a paddy wagon. A truly professional staff can cope without the need for special transport, but most officers prefer a paddy wagon when the situation calls for it. Too bad the department doesn't have the money for one. An ice cream truck, or an ice cream van struck a schoolboy. The ambulance arrived quickly, but the boy was declared dead on scene. The nearby residents are enraged and demand justice for the driver of the van. He is currently holed up inside the ambulance, while the paramedics try to reason with the crowd. The situation is quickly spiraling out of control. Well, get out there since we don't have the money for the paddy wagon. Okay, so you can only send the current shift. Send Armstrong. Undercut. We did it. Able to arrest all suspects. Destroyed this gang. We destroyed the gang. All of them. All of the gang gone. We dust my hands of that. Jackson Blank, gangsters hit one of our shops. It's too much for us to deal with. Can you help? Do I have to send 3? Yeah, I do need to send 3. Refuse. Situation is more serious than we thought. Alright, well. Send a couple more for you. Actually, we'll send 3 more for you. Still got Yancy and Lumata. Jack, we have something going down today at the courthouse at 18. Okay, this is, yeah, at the courthouse? I don't think we're going to be able to sweep that one under the rug. Noise complaint, sawmill. Older man called the police, reporting terrible screams have been coming from the sawmill for over an hour. What the hell is going on? What's the guy to do? Get a little sleep around here. You better check it out. Let's hold off on that for now. Got our attempted murder covered. Stall for time as much as we can. Mr. Boyd, I manage a large fleet of vehicles and wanted to organize a workshop for new drivers. They have to learn how to behave on the road, so your patrolmen will never even need to look twice at our cars. You sent 3 of your best officers. They'll ride with my people and explain the intricacies of traffic flow and police monitoring. I've heard about the problems with your department faces, particularly your obsolete fleet of police vehicles, so in return I'd be happy to donate a paddy wagon. Yeah, just let us know how you operate. Real quick. Be just great. Alright, noise complaint. I'm gonna assume this is gonna be a false. So we'll stick with, I guess, Numata Sano. I need fucking 3 people to deal with that one. Robbery at a drugstore. Attic is attempting an unlawful entry. He violently threatened a female pharmacist. Commanding she opened the cabinets. Might not even have enough to do this. Love to have been able to get a paddy wagon for them, but fortunately I don't think that's going to happen because we won't have 3 people.
Officer on scene. Looks like we
Sawmill is surrounded by a 9-foot fence, and the gates are locked from the inside. Shouts can be heard from within. Man is threatening a young boy with a circular saw. The man is screaming hysterically. Super villain with this this circular saw. I'm not really sure how the young boy can be in danger from the circular saw in such a pressing manner. Very odd.
Well, he's taped. He's like roped down to the table, and it's slowly moving him towards the saw.
So what you're saying is that I can shoot the man and still get to the button to deactivate it, or push the child off.
Mm-hmm.
More testing in progress.
Okay, yeah, I can't just ignore a fucking homicide at the courthouse. During sentencing, a serial killer by the name of Albert Ramirez seized a gun from the holster of the court bailiff and after shooting several witnesses barricaded himself inside the courtroom. Okay, well, we're going to hold off on that for just a moment because we want to get as many people as we can. This is some bullshit. By the way, any type of reasonable police negotiations are over. You're a fucking serial killer and you just smoked a few people in the courthouse? Like, we are done talking here. Emergency medical services arrived on a call for a man complaining of chest pains. While they were treating him, the man suddenly attacked one of the EMTs, shouting wildly about the global pharmaceutical conspiracy. The other personnel managed to escape and called the police. Okay. I don't like sending one person. Let's chill on that for just a sec. All right.
I was trying to raise 10-1, Sergeant Hotspot.
Fucking what? Yeah, I mean... More serious than we thought, but we still did it. Not sure how serious it could be, considering it's literally one person with one gun. But, okay. Jack, we don't know why you did it, but we hope you had a good reason. Don't forget who your friends are. We don't want any more trouble. What do you mean you don't know why I did what I did? You guys tried to fucking free a serial killer or kill multiple people that were witnesses in a goddamn courthouse. Like, robbing the place with a grenade was already pretty suspicious.
We've got a situation here.
Door to the apartment is locked from the inside, and unintelligible screams can be heard from within. Break down the door. Imminent risk. Victim is bound lying on the floor. The assailant is sitting on top of him, waving a syringe filled with an unknown substance. Bottle of bleach is on the floor nearby. Tell us about the conspiracy.
Maybe he's speaking sense.
You mean tinfoil hat, right? Try to draw their attention away. And jumps up. There you go. So he just got off the person. See? Look at how we defused the situation. It made this easier. Man jumps up, grabs some papers from the table. Everything is written down right here. All the evidence you need. They created these medications to control our minds. Well, the Freeburg police will get an investigation right away. Let's talk down at the station.
412A.
What if this was actually... What if he cracked it? Then we definitely should arrest him and throw away the key, right? Big money.
Yeah.
Alright. We have plenty of people, I think. Shit. So I think we'll be okay. All of our guys are pretty good also here. So I don't think we need this. Maybe we shift one of our detectives over. I think we shift one of our detectives over. Let's send Irons over. Have him work tomorrow. Small drug dealers invade Freeburg. Police expose antique thief gang. Chinese gang operating under Boyd's nose for years. Mata didn't come into work today. Got terrible heartburn this morning. Might be better if I go home and lie down. No. I was taking out the trash last night. I accidentally got into some poison ivy. Yeah, no. Same thing for you too, huh? A lot of poison ivy, huh?
Yeah, it's native. Wait, were they together? Just going for a hike together?
Perhaps we should check about the Kid Beating album. See if it's really that good.
Okay, I should head out for the night.
Alright. See you another time.
Yeah.
Job slot detective. You can hire one more detective. Peter Vickers. Look at this fucking software developer, man. Who do we want? So it looks like Shift A could use another one. Okay. Now improve your SWAT team. Work 2 times a day will increase efficiency. Well, work 2 times a day seems like the most important thing. Octopus Restaurant. An unknown person walked into the restaurant on the evening and killed 7 people involved in the Bloody Shirt film franchise. Okay. Avonport, this will be your case. Trespassing farm. Bill Buckley reports 2 unidentified men snuck onto his farm and set fire to the barn. As he came in, the 2 criminals were attempting to gain entry into the house. Okay. Well. Send Birding in there. Let's send... actually... do it this way. So that way it'll supposedly raise professionalism. Wow, a lot more things here. Have to de-rest CV1 just because, or you got an event coming up? Terrace Kutzik, restaurant patron. The guys at work wouldn't stop talking about the place. Everybody said I definitely had to try their octopus, so I booked a table, and as soon as I had the night free, otherwise I would have gotten uncomfortable at work. Even the interns had already tried that. Blah blah blah. I'm a senior analyst. A second before I placed my order of this trashy movie, guys ordered the last octopus. I'm not a big fan of this kind of attitude. I'm just as important as they are, but what can I do? I had to order the Caesar salad, and I'm against my policy, eat dishes, stay for... Okay, whatever. Actually useless information. Film guys are in here all the time ever since they started shooting Bloody Shirt 5 in Freeburg. Usually we even see great Peter Shepgett come with them, but not that night. He must have been busy. He's a big star after all, according to the rules. Guess like that should be served by our head waiter, Mr. Bergen. But he always trusted the job to me. I didn't ask any questions. It's not every day that you get to brush shoulders with people like that. But that night, Mr. Bergen decided to follow protocol for some reason. Maybe it was because Shepgett was with them. Maybe he doesn't like him. Although who doesn't like Peter or Paul Shepgett? Well, maybe Avery, the director of the original Bloody Shirt, heard about the fight, right? I wish I could have found out what that was all about. Okay. Head waiter Mr. Bergen is a total piece of shit. He doesn't treat folks who work there like they're people at all. He always yelling and telling us Speedos. I didn't, give him... I didn't, go at my past life, but come here to on forged documents just so I could put up with his attitude. He treats the guests with contempt. He's either talking totally with them through his teeth or he's ignoring them altogether. But when the filmmakers arrived for some reason, he got all nervous and fussy. He even served them personally. Then he rushed off to call someone, probably bragging that he had such important guests. Maybe it was the first time he noticed the clientele. If he'd opened his eyes earlier, he could have... No, we've had plenty of big shots here before, even Mir Rogers died here once. Okay. I was asleep in the utility room when everything went down, so what? I was running less than 4 hours of sleep. I'm not a robot, But it should be obvious, even to an idiot, that the Hazidas are behind everything. I know cops with them behind jail, Zionist money, sure works for me. Okay, whatever. Just don't understand why the public isn't in an uproar. Uncle Lou brings me the New Christian Pie pamphlet every Tuesday. Oh, God. It was only a matter of time before they started going after me. Okay, yeah, whatever. What do I do at the restaurant? To be honest with you, I do next to nothing. The owner hired me because he was planning all sorts of technological gizmos. We were going to hang some complicated lighting, like dishes transported to the table on rails and all kinds of things like that. The only thing he ever accomplished was putting up 2 surveillance cameras, and even those are usually turned off. But on the evening the whole thing happened, the head waiter, for some reason, demanded the cameras were working that evening. They even went out to buy blank tapes. As soon as I heard the shots, I ran to the kitchen and locked myself in the freezer. I ended up stuck in there for half an hour. Still can't feel half of my fingers. Checked the cameras in the morning and the tapes had disappeared. You didn't take them by any chance. Okay. So I don't know how much we're going to get done with this, since it seems like everybody's a piece of shit and just pointing the finger at others.
Looks like we have a situation.
There are no signs of criminals near the house. The front door has been broken down and shadows lurk inside. Now with your hands up.
11 complete. 911 in progress.
Yeah, like, they have to come outside, so it's like... pretty mal. Truck had attempted to hide an expensive bottle of liquor under his jacket. When he was caught, he began to throw a fit. That's not a big deal too much. Let's go... Let's put a double rank in Samdi on it. Hope that's good enough. Back, one of our new guys tried to rape our count. Locked him up in a hotel room, but he's threatening to hand over the whole organization to the police. I think it's time he talks to an officer face to face. We have something going down at the city center at 1839. We wouldn't want any policemen crashing the party. Alright. 18. At city center. So again, my big thing is once murder gets involved or it's in a place that we can't ignore, then we will not ignore it. Assault with the deadly weapon. Porch saw a skinhead attacking a dark-skinned valet, striking him in the leg, yelling, "I'll beat you till the death." Freak, no shit, I'm gonna do it. She believes she saw a pistol sticking out of the skinhead's belt. Okay. So far, some of our best cops are the ladies.
410A in progress.
Attempted murder. Man in an expensive suit is lying on the streets. It seems he's been shot, but no one saw who shot him. Or from where the man is still alive, an ambulance is on the way. Instantly, the situation is more serious than we thought. Okay. I didn't see if we could send the SWAT. Probably my mistake.
Officer on scene. Looks like we have a situation here.
Man was just being placed on a stretcher when another shot rings out. It's time the shooter finished the job. His firing position could not be determined, but the shots are clearly coming from one of the skyscrapers.
410A complete. Progress.
Officer dead. Well, Samdy got it. Suburb. 8-year-old Kevin is home alone, hiding under bed. No persons are gathered outside the apartment door. This seems like a false flag and an attempt to be at home alone. Why are they grayed out? Can't be that they all got killed on scene. Wouldn't make any fucking sense. Mass shooting. We got 3 new frames. Open investigation. Big glitch world. Every time. Okay, this is the information we have so far.
I was trying to raise 10-1, Sergeant Hotspot.
Okay, let's get Steele and Birdie on there. Each of your employees receives a weekly salary, the ones who are still alive anyway, but if you bury the paperwork, you can pull in some money from the deceased officer's salaries. So long as they're alive and healthy on paper, City Hall will be printing perfectly healthy paychecks. Use the paperwork for the dead lord. Okay. Declare dead. Van Dahl was dead too. Okay, so I misread that then. I saw that they were like, people died. And I was like, oh, just the one guy died, but fucking everybody did, huh? Lay paperwork. And that locks the slot so you can't hire a replacement. Okay. So that's kind of the downside to that whole thing. Well, they're going to be a little short on stuff. We have 3 detectives. Detectives are kind of getting overworked, so we're going to have to chill on that for a little bit. So Shift A is going to need some replacements.
In my new role as corrupt official, I had to give up some of my favorite habits. I couldn't turn off my phone when my head ached. Couldn't sleep till noon on Saturday and let the rest of HQ take up the slack. No more days off to go fishing. But my weekly visit to the old Colony Club was more like tradition. One night a week, I absorbed cigar smoke, the vague smell of alcohol, the stench of urine, all mixed with toxic levels of old drunken belches. Same picture it was 30 years ago. Tradition's gotta be honored. And to stay faithful to the tradition, you've got to respect the standard rituals. When you're about to roll out of the club, you need to take a deep breath and count to 100. If your stomach doesn't do a backflip, you should be good to make it home. This time, I only got up to 60. I was interrupted.
Why? You look even better than you do on TV.
There's nothing more impolite than approaching people in the alley at the old Colony. This is the most private place in the city. All who enter here dirty their shoes with the most elite stream of vomit in Freeburg. This asphalt has been blessed by judges, lawyers, artists, businessmen, and all our politicians. Takes a lot of balls to crash the party. My head was a drunken haze, but I knew who he was. A cartoon gangster suit straight out of Dick Tracy. Fancy voice, fruit cologne, sassy strut. That's how the newspapers described Vikas Varga, rising star in Freeburg's criminal underworld. He appeared out of nowhere, and with the support of the local punks, Varga broke all the old rules of organized crime. He killed those who could not be killed, traded what could not be traded, and robbed those who could not be robbed. In just a single month, this man had gathered an incredible amount of power. He's been called everything from a clown to a madman to a criminal genius, and more often than not, he's called a low-class upstart short on ideas. But if Vargas was one of the old crime bosses, he'd have been cut into pieces and fed to the river. Look past this guy's arrogance, and there's something about him. The city is still deciding what to do with him. Meanwhile, he's burning down the houses of old city mobsters. Not the best time to talk, Mr. Varga.
Well, you know my name. I'm flattered, although not very surprised, to be honest. I might be a little short on manners. Like they say in your fair city, with the right manners, you can go anywhere. Well, I don't want to go anywhere. I want to stay right here.
Even the criminal world needs manners, Mr. Varga. And one of them is this. Don't interfere with a drunken cop who's trying to take a shit and puke at the same time.
Oh, you exaggerate. But is Freeburg always so gentle with its officers? You've been a bit roughed up lately.
I see you already know Freeburg quite well, Mr. Varga.
Well, I love to learn and look around. But I do know that the inhabitants of this fair city should be friends, Jack. Maybe it's true I don't have the best manners. After all, it's only polite for friends to share their phone numbers. This city of yours moves so fast. I feel like I'm hooked on amphetamines all over again. You wake up in the morning full of ideas, and by nightfall, you've all had each other killed. So don't wait too long to call. I don't mind if you're drunk. It's all the more fun. I'll be stoned myself, most likely. Hell, I'm a little stoned right now. It's the only way to live in this place. I like your city, Jack. I'm here to stay.
If it weren't for the phone number written on my arm, I probably wouldn't have remembered the conversation in the morning. But there was no reason to worry. I'd be getting a reminder soon.
Orthodox priest bribed mayor, Greek priest to be appointed head of Freiburg Orthodox Church. Students volunteer to help farmers.
My morning ritual was plagued by the smell of Vickers Vargas' fruity cologne. It was like the sharp citrus scent was chasing me around the house, as if Vickers was right there in my living room. When I finally realized the smell was coming from a big basket of oranges, it didn't put me any more at ease. I'd opened my door to lots of threatening mail, evidence of criminal wrongdoing, even a dead ferret or two. But fruit? Never. You the fruit guy?
Excuse me?
Was it you that brought the basket of oranges?
Nah, it was here when I arrived.
Fine. So who are you?
Today, I'm your driver.
And where are we driving?
To work.
That's it?
Yeah, we have to make an important stop along the way.
Where?
The ranch.
What ranch?
Just the ranch.
Fine. The morning seemed surreal, and I took in the magic. Why wreck it with meaningless chatter? As my tight-lipped chauffeur drove an hour through God knows where, I started to feel like I was in the middle of a bad dream, probably lying bloody and concussed in the alley behind the old Colony Club, my nose buried in a rotten orange peel. But no, this was no dream. The silence was real, the sound of the engine was real, the dust was real enough too. And there was the ranch over the horizon. It all seemed familiar. The Sand family's overbearing mansion has been the talk of the headlines for decades, but few have managed to get closer than a few miles. I guess I'm just lucky.
You really need that many animal skin rugs?
I didn't know you took private meetings, Mr. Sand.
Only if I expect good company.
I'm surprised my company ranks at all.
Today, yes. Today is a special day.
So it seems.
Do you often go to the old Colony Club, Jack?
Every week.
Meet any interesting people there?
As a rule, no.
Sometimes you make a date, right? Sometimes make new friends.
Sometimes, I guess. But that's not why I go.
And why?
I consider it a hobby.
A hobby. Do you know anything about my hobbies?
Well, judging by the half-dozen animal skins I stepped on walking over here, it's not much of a reach to say you like hunting.
Love it. Well, I say that now. It seemed so tedious when I was a child, took ever so long. But now I'm older. I've developed a new talent.
What talent is that?
Patience. The will to wait for the right moment. Let's say you want a deer. You know, you deserve it. You've even decided what dishes its meat will go to and where you'll mount its horns. But to get that deer, you've got to wait. To sit in the bushes and stay nice and quiet. Professional hunters will tell you that the hunt is a rare craft. There are many rules. It's shrouded in mystery and ancient skill. Well, that's all complete nonsense. To get a deer, you just sit on the sidelines for a long enough time, pinpoint the moment when it's finally time to shoot. I learned the talent, Jack, but not like you, oh, Jack. You truly are the master.
I don't understand.
Oh, come on, Jack. I know about the 500,000. I know your plan. Kendrick told me everything. Needless to say, I'm impressed. While some people learn to hold their breath for minutes on end and not to rustle the leaves too loudly, why you decided to just become the foliage. You turned yourself into a bush, surrounded by deer who've been so fruitfully multiplying for decades. But all this time you've held your rifle at the ready. Forgive an old man his imagery, Jack. I've the heart of a poet, I confess.
Look, I don't know what was said between you and Kendrick, but it sounds like you got it wrong.
Oh, I think I understand everything just fine. And I think we understand each other quite well. Jack, in the coming war, we'll make excellent partners.
What war?
One war falls upon every generation. My grandfather drove out the Ambersons back when he was 27. My father destroyed that psychopath gangster, Maurice Bell, when he was a sprightly 30. At 69, I'd begun to think my war had passed me over. But my time has come at last. Tomorrow Vicus Varga declares war, and I'm obliged to answer.
So, we're talking about Varga now?
I don't know how he thinks. I don't even know whether he plans his actions or not. I can't divine his purpose. Hell, I don't even know where he comes from. He's a man not of our breed, wouldn't you say? But when he arrived here, I invited him in, told him we could work together. An official invitation penned in my own hand and written on some very expensive paper. And can you imagine his reply? A fruit basket. What sense can be made of such a message?
I guess it means whatever you want it to.
Precisely.
I'm late for work, Mr. Sand.
You know, Jack, I could just give you $500,000 right now, cash, whatever denominations you like. But I would never insult you so. If I went stalking my prey for so many years, I wouldn't want someone else to shoot it for me. I understand you, Jack, and I'll never ask you for anything that's contrary to your nature. Just think about our conversation. Think about it, and call me.
Like I said, it's a whole new life, and I've had to give up some old habits. One of them, keeping away from things that don't concern me. Now I can't afford the luxury. This spotlight I'm under, concerns is all I got.
Shitty situation. So pretty sure yes side with Sand here. As corrupt as he is, the implication that there is absolutely no respect for any type of order whatsoever makes Varga a problem.
Tell him it's Boyd.
Somebody broke my bathroom. Yeah, fuck off. You people with your stupid bullshit excuses. Need some new music. This train. Let me see this month's salary every day. Okay, that's not enough. Tomorrow is going to be the day. Don't let anything happen to them until then. That would be, shoot. It's like Grant, I think. Yeah, Grant isn't even on this shift. So she's fine. We got 3 detective slots. And they need to go into shift A. Alright, we're good here. Scarecrow. Leaving work, Jack caught sight of a scarecrow with the dagger through the eye. The handle and the engraving is engraved with the letter S. Lewis Nightclub. Received a call from the club manager who said that a brawl broke out in the main hall involving over 20 men. Alright, SWAT goes in. Security are keeping back because some of the combatants are carrying knives. Several wounded are already lying on the dance floor, but no one knows why the mayhem broke out. Maybe that's what I should get for a animated GIF that I definitely won't get for anything. Just get a animated emote that's just finger wagging. Situation is even more serious than we thought. Okay. Suburbs assault. 2 teens walking their dog got into an argument, and eventually one of them unleashed the dog on the other. The police were called by a girl who was riding a bicycle nearby. This is shitty, but let's send Platonic. Platonic. I hope that's enough. Massive fight. Alright, nice. The boy is struggling on the ground, barely holding up the angry dog that's trying to grab him by the throat. These are all bad ideas. The dog lets the boy escape and its owner starts to flee. Foot chase. Homicide Church. Parishioner Maria Serpentine reported the sounds of gunshots inside the church. A bearded man with a hat entered the confessional, and then a minute later I heard a few gunshots. Man calmly left the booth, took off his hat, and crossed himself, and sat down at a pew. I think he's praying. Let's wait until we have some people. Hopefully they will return. We don't really want to send the SWAT in for that specifically. Something doesn't sit right with me for that. Okay. But we do want to send in some people.
in progress.
Attempted murder. Linda Howard, her words slurred, said that the dentist paralyzed her face during her last visit. The monster stuck me with some kind of poison. Sounds questionable. We will send... No, we'll send Platonic again. Let's get some new music in there. Alright. Nice. Loot found. Non-automatic weapon. Okay. Officers found non-automatic weapon at the crime scene. What do you want to do with it? I see. Interesting. Bro was injected with normal painkillers. Yep. It's expected. Christopher G. Sands ice cream. An ice cream vendor noticed a suspicious black bag which has been lying unsupervised on a bench for the past few hours. I hate it, but I think this is right. Officers arrived on the scene and observed that there's something moving inside the bag. Stay back until the bomb squad arrives. Doesn't say what was moving inside of it, and there was an offender caught, so... Okay, Shift A has a full first slot. We have enough detectives, so I think Shift A is big. Yeah. Francis Kendrick won't succeed at Jack Boyd. Well, yeah, 'cause he's dead as shit. Foreign monument to be demolished by Summer's End City Administration to finance a dance festival. Okay. It's all good. Clarinet Sugar. Let's hear them horns. Freeburg's first mafia war in decades has spread chaos across the streets. Major criminal gangs vie for power, and the outcome of the struggle is impossible to predict. One thing is for certain, a couple weeks from now, only one family will rule the city. Rodolfo Armstrong was able to brilliantly pass all their exams. They've earned a boost. Okay. Take care of the hero. Jack, keep up the good work, and we'll make sure your final days at the PD are much more comfortable. Still haven't gotten more. Passerby rang the police when she saw a naked man running across the streets pursued by a woman carrying a large kitchen knife. Gotcha, you. Okay. Seems kinda rough right there. Alright, you take your Fans need help. City center. Vargas stirred up some punts and they went and attacked one of the family right in the barber shop. We've already sent our own man, but we don't know how many scumbags we're up against. You can come join the party, but don't get in our way. We'll send Ramona flowers with you guys. Whatever, Chanel. Send. Attempted murder. Offender caught. Investigation. Hit and run. An unknown vehicle struck librarian Klimek Kalawinski at a pedestrian crossing and drove off. The victim was found dead on the scene. Let's send, Steel. Actually, let's not send anybody yet. Investigation has started. Mr. Paul, this dark-colored car comes tearing around the corridor, hopped on the curb, and kept on going. Knocked the man over, didn't even slow down. Not long before the crash, I kicked a couple of drunks out of the bar. They were having a fight with some of my regulars. A few days ago, Dad had a fight at work with a couple of young people who were causing a ruckus at the library. The whole thing almost came to blows. They threatened him before they left. I saw two people in a car. They went right by me. Amanda Castor, she had a beard. Ahmed thought he was being followed. He said he saw the guy everywhere, but it looked like someone who had problems with him at the library. Okay. Let's do this. Mr. Sand's nephew looked out his window and saw some of Vargas' men smashing one of his cars. Looks like someone needs to go to remind them this kind of behavior is illegal. And flowers again, yes.
More testing in progress.
Eddie's Burgers. Girl entered Eddie's Burgers, ordered a Diet Coke, and started shooting at the other customers with a handgun. The cashier called the police, and in the background there were gunshots and screams. Meanwhile, a crazy young woman is shouting, "I hate fat people." Well, I'm just set in the SWAT. Send in Grant. Send in Shano. Those two. Send in plenty of guns.
More testing complete.
Nice. Stop the massacre. Makes me wonder if SWAT just wins And if you send SWAT, you should send everybody so that they get the maximum boost, maybe. Robbery. Arm came in from an armored truck. Armed men have blocked the street. Shot out the armor crushed tires and I was trying to seize bags of money. Boom. SWAT. Because it's men. So, multiple people. Yeah. We're doing this whole thing again. Narrow Street is blocked by 2 vans near the armored truck. 3 armored S-men have surrounded the truck. One of them is carrying a blowtorch. The roof of one van is a 4th criminal who shouts something as his accomplices as the officers approach. Blowtorch won't work. You'll need to use dynamite. Just blow themselves up. So, like, if they're armored... Oh, 3 armed masked men. Trick them to see if they blow themselves up. Take out their automatic weapons and open fire. Not good. Not great, not great. Those were low-skilled people. Night watchman, during his rounds, followed some noises to discover several homeless people fighting over a bundle that was lying on the ground. So we're gonna need some officers for sure. And I might try to get the SWAT leveled up again. Just 3 deployments seemed like it's probably pretty good.
I was trying to raise 10-1, Sergeant Hotspot.
Run. Got 3 new frames. Open investigation. Dark colored car running around the corner. That's when the blood is on there already. Couple drunks out of the bar. Alright, I mean, this is all we have right now. Got 3 new frames. Open the investigation. Nice. So we should have all the stuff we need. Alright, so that guy gets out of there. Interesting. And those are usually turned off. But on the evening this whole thing happened, the head waiter for some reason demanded that the cameras were working that evening. Yeah, like the gore is there. That's him shooting. That's him opening the door and shooting. Unless this is what it wants? No. Huh. Why would the call come before the shooting? Because he's not calling that. This is... So he says this. To be honest with you, next to nothing. The owner hired me and we was planning all these technological gizmos. He was putting up 2 surveillance cameras, but even those are usually turned off. But on the evening the whole thing happened, the head waiter for some reason demanded the cameras were working that evening. They even went out to buy blank tapes. As soon as I heard the shots, I ran to the kitchen and locked myself in the freezer. I ended up there stuck for half an hour. I checked on the cameras later and they disappeared. Where is this? Here we go. But then those filmmakers arrived, but for some reason he got all nervous and fussy. He even served them personally. And then he rushed off to call somebody, probably bragging that he had some important guests. But maybe it was the time that he first noticed the clientele. So he serves them personally, and then he calls. If he had opened his eyes earlier, he'd have known that plenty of big shots here are around, even May Rogers once. So he even served them personally. So the service happens before the phone call. There we go. Jules Bergen, head waiter of the Octopus Restaurant. He went on vacation immediately after the incident. He didn't commit the murders himself, but he was clearly involved. Alright. Officers, get in there. Actually, let's hold off on that for now, until we get some extra officers. Okay, offender caught. Officers unharmed. Didn't get to it today. Okay. Jack Varga is strong, but he can't compete on equal terms with the oldest criminal gang in Freeburg. Just make sure that Stan stays ahead on points and we'll have nothing to worry about. Proceed. Okay. Let's go ahead and declare dead. Declare dead, because we need to get replacements. Declare dead. Okay, I think Beasley is the head. No, Davenport's the head, right? I think Davenport's the head, so we need to send him. Let's have steel work tomorrow also. And call it the end of the day. Hello, son. Mayor's nephew expresses desire to become FBD chief. City crime rate increased by 31%. Jeez. Freeburg Farms report record harvest. Curtis didn't come into work today. That's fine. Curtis isn't even that good. I'm too tired. I can hardly walk straight. Can I go home? No. We'll get you in, get him some breasts the next day. Main thing we need to do is we need to finish that investigation, if we are allowed to. Hopefully I picked the right guy. It'd be very embarrassing if I didn't. Labor market. Okay, who do we need personnel for? We need shift A. And we need one more day there. Mass shooting center. Okay, good. So, we're gonna actually send in SWAT with this. And we're gonna send in Tsubaki and Koichi. And hopefully that's good enough to support Davenport, who is tired, or whatever. Sands need help, business center. People were scouting ahead of Mr. Sands' movements, and we spotted Punk carrying a gun. There's sure to be a few of those bastards lurking around nearby. Let's get together and turn the tables on his slideball crew. Okay, let's hold on that. Just a moment. Game has some good voice lines. Does in fact have some voice lines. The wife of the mayor's press secretary loves chorale singing. Today's her birthday, so please send some men with good voices. You fucking serious? You fucking serious, man? Destruction of property. Attendant of the arcade called in a complaint about two teenagers who broke in the steering wheel. This run actually currently filling. That's some really petty shit, but whatever. We need at least these. And hopefully they get back fast enough. But I don't know if that's gonna happen. Yeah, we are not getting these back in time. That's a pain in the ass.
She's just a dancing queen. Fit for a king. Swing sweet ginger, swing sweet ginger green.
It's a real problem. Legal arms sales. Eyewitness reports a man is selling weapons on the street right in front of the the trunk of his car. Someone is getting shot every night around here. We need to finally do something. Okay, let's hold off on that for a sec. Let's send in Koichi. And then Asano, let's send in Purdy. Hopefully that's enough. We need to send in for more officers for sure, and we'll see about if we can get one more buff to the SWAT team so that we can deploy 3 times. I think 3 times should be enough to get anything done. Firefight at the port. Dock workers sighted several armed men making their way between some cargo containers. Soon after, he heard several shots and some screams. The precise number of armed men is unknown, but port officials report seeing at least 5. Okay, so that's SWAT for sure.
I was trying to raise 10-1, Sergeant Hotspot.
Well, that's unfortunate. Just gonna send all in and hope they get done in time. Even though I don't think that's gonna happen. Found automatic weapon. Proceed. Ask Mafia to sell it. Okay. Man, this is a problem. Oh boy, is this a problem. Can I do that? No, I cannot. That's really bad. Minor deliveries got intercepted by some fucking punks. Box of towels, napkins, various cooking utensils. They're supposed to be going to the ranch and scatter across the highway like a circus show. Having last making us look like clowns too. Not too broken up about the towels. We still need to teach those monks a lesson. Okay, Asano could go on it. This is a former psychiatric patient, Loboco Clark, called the police because a maniac was harassing people at the mall. According to Loboco, there's a killer on the loose who will stop at nothing. Yeah, this sounds like bullshit, but we'll send in Platonic. Mr. Boyd, I feel bad about coming to you again, but you're the only one who can help with this. Those records that my ex sued me for, well, I got them back, of course, and I guess this could be nothing, but her big-nosed brother has some sights on them. The idiot even hired a private detective who's been at my store 3 days straight, and now he has the audacity to come to my house and accuse me of being involved in the record's disappearance. I don't know if he has any evidence, but the risk is too high. Can you scare them both? Make sure they're both kicking my nose out of big business. My business is open for you anytime. Well, do I need to send 3? I would need to send 3 fucking people for this idiot. Eh, whatever. Just get it done. It's close to the station. But yeah, we definitely need more people on Shift B. Doing alright, son, also. I know you're like a couple minutes behind here for me, but... Man's suspicions were aroused by a shopping center employee wearing a costume. He was dressed as a hero from the movie Dressed in Blood. He was pretending to mess visitors as part of the fun, but he wasn't going to kill anyone. Cheat problem was solved. Mr. Bieber thanks us and gave us tickets to his Irish Jazz Festival. Can't wait to go. But yeah, as you can see, a lot of like timing management stuff, so I'm having to pay attention to it a fair amount. However, I think I'm probably going to go to the restroom here in just a moment. Okay, Vargas is ahead. Yeah, Davenport's gonna need the day off, for sure. Let's have Armstrong work tomorrow, I guess? Yeah. We got enough bodies, we don't have enough skill in the other one. So I think I'm gonna send Yancey to work tomorrow as well. City police chief, not elected position, says Mayor Rogers. Mayor proves his commitment to nepotism. Mayor Rogers, if my nephew wants to lead the police, I support him. I'm tired too, I can hardly... Okay, yes. You can go home. Got one stripe. Okay, so we would need to hold it in order to give it to someone else. I think we got enough, like, officers on this. I think we give it to the next. Time to buy a little bit of music to wag your finger to. Oh, we've already bought it all. It's already all been bought. Hire female cops. You're obliged to grant some concessions to the feminists. You are to make sure that at least half of the staff at the police station are women. You have 3 days. I think we already got that, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 2. Okay, so that's half and half right there. But we do have a +4 there. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 1, 1, 1. So we need one more female officer. And we needed Shift B, right? Yeah, Shift B needed it. Shift B is kind of the death shift, it feels like. Okay, so I'm gonna ask for another SWAT upgrade, and I'm gonna ask for job slot officer. I'd love to do a raise. Maybe that'll go once I've gotten to 3 SWAT deployments. Suicide threat. Right. Taxi driver heard someone screaming, noticed a few people gathering at the bridge as he was driving past the port. He stopped to see if anyone needed help, but as he approached, he saw a man threatening to throw himself and 2 children into the icy water below. Jason left us. I lost my job in the house, and there's no way we'll survive. It's better if everything just ends now. Yeah. Let's get Orion in there. Get Kendall in there, and we'll get Steele in there. Breaking and entering. Elderly man speaking in a raspy whisper just reported a break-in. There's someone in my house. They're pounding on the door and mouching all around downstairs. Alright. Chano, Flowers. I guess Yancey.
progress. Officer on scene. Looks
Two
like we
tearful
have a
boys,
situation.
clearly in a state of shock, are standing close to the edge of the bridge. Beside them, their drunken, distraught father is slowly pushing the children closer to the precipice. Okay, I believe they said key. Strong gust of wind almost blows one of the children off the bridge, but he recovered at the last moment and stumbled to the ground with a scuffed knee. Chancellor's his word saying that there's no point in delaying the inevitable. Alright. Disorderly conduct. Secretary Abigail Adams, or Abigail Jones, told the police that her boss, Martin Kavik, returned from a meeting in quite a state. When he entered, he took a bag of white powder from the safe and shut the door. Now he's yelling incessantly and making a scene, demanding for the secretary to deliver him the head of a unicorn, or he'll cut her throat with the letter opener and then go after the rest of her family. Rough beats. Maybe you should consider getting a better job. Let's do this. Actually, let's hold off. Again, make sure there's not more serious things. Destruction of property is like nothing. No one except dogs in the house. They were scratching at the door because they wanted to go outside. Okay. A young drunken biker broke into a church, rode around between the pews, defiled the sacred crucifix, fled the scene. Okay. Member of the family was out on a restaurant having dinner with his secret lover. Because the affair was a secret, he was relied on protection, and one of Varga's agents will slip a grenade into the room. His job is best left for the police, unofficially, of course. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna do this and hope that's good. We're gonna do this. Do this. Yeah, I mean, he was just coked out. Loot found cocaine. I would like some of that cocaine. And this is 80s cocaine, too. It's money right there. Been going to Sunday service for 36 years, and this is the first time I've ever seen such a disgrace. Some crazy young man on a motorcycle drove straight through the doors of God's temple and began running around shouting blasphemy. He even dared raise his hand to Holy Father Nunez. What is with the youth today? It all happened so quickly. The guy drove straight between the pews, almost crushing a parishioner. Then he looked into the confessional and threw in a bottle, and then he ran into me and shouted, "The devil sits on the roof of the church," then shoved me. Fell to the floor, and the crazy man shouted, "My hand is hard as stone. I'll knock you out of the saddle, Satan." Then threw his helmet at the cross above the altar and sped away. I was in the confessional when it happened, and I was waiting for Father Nunez to finish the sermon so he could hear me. I sensed so much this week of sitting in the confessional, I heard the loud noise of an engine like a motorcycle. Then there was a roar in the mist. It said, "Come, Lucifer, do not hide from me." A few seconds later, a young man in blood leather jacket opened the door to the confessional and yelled, "I will seek out the devil wherever he may hide." Then he threw a bottle at me. The shards struck my face. The shards stuck in my face, rather. Crime scene, we found a black helmet and a white spot on top. On the pavement near the church, we found traces of 3 motorcycle tires. Alright, I'm gonna be back in a sec. I gotta go to the restroom. Back in a moment. Okay, I'm back. So, let's get this all sorted. Let's get some music. What more music do we want? Which one of the 10 songs that are in this game do we want to hear again? Because it just will not let us loop these things. It's making me feel like I should just load up the OST on a side window, so I don't have to keep doing this. In fact, is there something I can do for that? No, there isn't. Nico Freeberg. Hostage situation. With a fatal casualty. Okay. Man wearing a suit walked in the lobby of a bank, locked the doors, and proceeded to kill several customers. He never said a word. He just started firing at people, reported one eyewitness. Dozen people remain inside the building. The criminal's demands are as yet unknown. Pressing reinforcements. Okay. This is gonna suck if we lose our ranked officers and everything, but... Yancey wasn't even supposed to be in today. Sands need help. Ooh. Hopefully they get back in time to deal with this. Sweet girl named Anna is one of our key assets in a large accounting firm. She just got home from work and found that her house is on fire, and the assholes who started it are still standing around admiring their handiwork. Someone cracked their skulls open and put them in the open flame. Actually, this is bad because if we lose the women, then we could fail the challenge or whatever you want to call it. So let's do this. Got 3 frames. I think that's the guy in the confessional. Oh, we got more things for this. Interesting. So it just says a dark-colored car, which could be a red car. I mean, the blood's already on the car there, which is odd. William Holden frequents local bars, repeated arrests for driving under the influence. Two officers with lead investigator. Let's do this. And this. Proceed. Oh, you need to figure out which one to go to. So yeah, we'll head to the bar. Interesting. Got 3 new frames of investigation. Oh, that's funny. I apparently went to the investigation right as I was going to unlock the frames that carried over. Okay, Shift B. Shift B still has plenty of stuff going on. Do we want somebody to get some experience? Maybe Wilkinson? Yeah, Wilkinson, go in for another day. Detectives are fine. Yeah, in the day. 86% of residents oppose demolition of Corning Monument. Businessmen express desire to leave city. Movie production studio may appear in Freeport. Drank too much. I don't think I can hold it together today. Can I go home? Yes, come in tomorrow. Okay, so long awaited. Birdie gets a stripe. More guys from Gilbert, huh? Bunch of funerals. Jack, keep up the good work. We'll make sure that your final days at PD are much more comfortable. SWAT upgrade. Okay. 3 times a day. So I think that's the correct pick. Hire 1 more police officer. So at 320, he's gonna lose his stuff pretty quick. Rex Kwando. So that's Hulk Hogan. I don't know about making this higher, brother. That's a reference to something. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna take Jake Rushing. I don't know if he's old. Is kind of a problem, but we'll find that out. Sand needs help. Sand family main attorney is under guard around the clock, and that goes double for his children. But before we could pick them up from school this morning, some of Vargo's punks kidnapped them. We don't know how Vargo found them. They live under false names. Anyway, you'll need to act quickly. You can't have gotten far. Gotta send the mother hen in there. Send her in with Yancey. What is the FP tribute? I'll have to forgive. Oh, Furious Paul. I mean, if you feel like you're going to be prepared for it, then by all means, right? 2 senior students began to fight right in the middle of chemistry class. Their teacher, Dolores Ponder, first tried to calm them down, but when she attempted to separate them, she was poked in the eye. That's all you got, huh? High school kids fighting each other. Well, send Platonic in there. She's been doing a really good job with the solo acts. Museum of Feelings and Fine Art. At night, little-known painting by the Dutch master De Vroom, recently shown for the first time, disappeared from the museum. One of the museum's windows was broken, and there's a brick lying on the floor inside. Sending case. Drug sales. Miss Dunbar said that the nurse tried to sell drugs right in the hospital. I went to the doctor after I broke my arm. The nurse heard me complaining about the pain and waited until the doctor left. She then started telling me about pills she could get me, better than Vicodin, according to her. Okay, Curtis and Tsubaki, I guess. Subakai. Fender caught. Arrest those high school students. Mr. Compost. I walk the museum every hour. The alarm is off. City Hall won't allocate money to fix it. I didn't hear the glass breaking. It's a big museum. When I went down this way again, it was already early morning. The window was broken. The canvas was cut from the frame. There was no trace of anyone around, just a brick lying on the floor. Parking lot was empty all night. In the morning, a cyclist went past with a tube on his shoulder. The guy slowly rolled into the parking lot and left the bike for a couple of minutes and went out of sight. When he came back, got on the bike and left. I suffer from insomnia and often go cycling around the city late at night. Took a tube and some other equipment so I wouldn't have to go back home for my morning classes at art school. Stepped to the museum to pee. I must admit, I like to mark the corner of the building. I imagine one day my work will be hanging inside. His lectures on the work of the Dutch master, Bram van der Hoef, always sharply criticized the work of de Room. He dismissed the legendary artist as overpriced mediocrity and was very amused when an unknown de Vroom painting was discovered in the city dump. He said it was already in its proper place. He was less amused when he learned that the de Vroom painting would be hung in the museum. Wouldn't be surprised if it was broken, stole the painting to burn it, or cut it into tiny pieces. Glass is almost completely broken out. A grown man could easily climb through the window and not cut himself. Most of the shards are lying on the pavement outside the museum. Okay. Okay, so this is an interesting detail. Most of the shards are lying on the pavement outside the museum. So, like, that would imply that it was broken from the outside in. Or the inside to out, I should say. Bender escaped. Surprising. But we did find the cocaine. Asked the Mafia to sell it. Big Mafia, big sell. Cornelius Blunt. Mr. Boyd, I'm a wealthy man and I'm concerned about the fate of our fair city. I would like to fund 3 additional officer positions at your police department. But I must make one condition. My adopted son is to take one of the new jobs. Of course, you mustn't fire him under any circumstance. Sure. It's Percy. Alright, well. Can send Percy in there with Rex. They both got mullets. Andre Donut. So hopefully we can pair him up with Percy and maybe make some headway that way. City Center. Goods granted the half-sister of one of our family members right off the street. Driver called us from a nearby payphone, but he's a wimp and couldn't actually do anything. From the description we got, it sounds like Vargas, man. If you go there first, hold on to them for us. Don't hurt them too much. Just make sure they don't let them escape. We have special something planned for them. Okay. Well, Yancey, you done work before. Okay, I am going to check that out. It's the craziest ball I've ever seen played. Jeez. Okay. Well, let's just say Percy might catch a bullet from sand if he becomes an actual problem. Parking villagers called in reporting a girl exiting an expensive car was approached by a man wearing a hood who threatened her and took her bag. Well, Percy? Go in there with... in there with Purdy and see how this works. See if Purdy can make you into a respectable police officer somehow.
412 in progress. 910 complete.
Wow, he is tired as shit, huh? Dog State Penitentiary. Assault with an offensive weapon. An older prisoner, tired of eating the food served by the prisoner captor, made his way to the kitchen carrying a shiv, intent on having a word with the chef. Carr called the police as he was reluctant to enter the kitchen for fear of further provoking the prisoner. That's not how that works. Alright.
Looks like we have a situation here.
Each floor is decorated with broken plates and overturned pan filled with muddy slush. An elderly prisoner sitting on a stool, dipping his hand into the pot of slush and shoving it towards the cook's face. She tried to eat this shit. Nice warm burgers. Got them boigas. Percy is about to catch no strays. He's going to catch the most deliberate bullet ever. So yeah, I mean, this is pretty obvious. Got 3 new frames. Interesting. What's the difference between those 2 pictures? Straight through the doors. Most Christian parishioner looked into the confessional and threw a bottle. Ran up to me and shouted, maybe I need the bottle being thrown rather than him coercing him. Okay, drove straight between the pews. Which, again, I don't see what the difference is between these two. They appear to be the same picture. And looked into the confessional, which is what happened. And he shoved him. Trying to see if there's anything there. So yeah, I don't think we have enough yet. That's a lot of information you got there. Yeah, if you could get a shortener also, so it's not just vomit, that would be probably pretty helpful, Freeland. In the day. Alright. Got Sans pulling ahead again. Let's see what we got. Okay, that dude. Curtis. Shift A okay? Shift A is okay. We have enough detectives also. I think we're good. Former City Cell employee admits official unemployment data far from reality. Yeah, of course. Citizens' earnings have fallen 9% since New Year's. Unemployment in Freeburg is lowest in history. Yeah, it said, like, unemployment at under 1%. Like, what the fuck? Alright, catalog. Coming soon. Get that new stuff. Shimmin. Alright, still got 3 days. Elderly Emma Weston called in to complain about her neighbors. Her house is shaking from the loud sounds of gnashing metal and roar of turbines, accompanied by some strange beeping noises. Through the window she saw people. Okay, well, send flowers down there. Deal with it. Actually, since this should be relatively easy. Send Shano in there too, to give her a little bit of a boost. And hopefully get him up to like around 200. The way I figure it is, if people have multiple ranks, they could sit around 200 and just kind of boost everybody going into a place. and we save our really high-end people to pair with our lower guys, perhaps. Hostage situation with a fatal casualty. Patients at the local asylum rebelled against the nurses during breakfast. 3 nurses have been wounded, while the others remain locked with the patients in the dining area. They threaten to kill 1 nurse every hour until they're released. Well... Again, that's the type of thing where negotiations are over. Not necessarily that you kill all the mental patients, but, yeah. Reporters and onlookers have gathered around the building. The asylum patients are watching the gathering crowd from the windows on the 3rd floor. Back door. Yeah, I mean, it's... The negotiations have stopped the minute that they had a fatal casualty and are threatening to kill everybody else. Like, this is... Reckless endangerment. Pregnant woman phoned in, reporting 2 men dressed in armor were running through the street shouting, "Beware our stings." They were chasing passersby, swinging their blades at them. Not done anyone harm yet, but their storm seemed dangerous enough. Send Shano and flowers again. Pretty sure this is going to be a false alarm, but we'll see what happens. Not a false alarm. Countryside. An old friend visiting Mr. Sand and they're planning on going horseback riding, but the owner of the country club just called. Wasn't making much sense, but it sounds like some punks are beating Mr. Sand's horses to death. Alright. Mata, go in there. Complaints. Klimguriev reports that suspicious people are constantly going in and out of the apartment next door. They're carrying big bags, making a lot of noise, screaming, and his 3 sons can't concentrate on their homework. Mr. Yuriev urges someone's going to show those bandits who's boss. Let's do this. Seems like the events can't fail as long as you send people, perhaps? Right, nice. Automatic weapons. Can't have the automatics on the street, but we can start selling the non-automatics. Whole mob of Vargas people attacked a truck belonging to one of our companies. The truck is carrying some important cargo, the kind only Mr. Sand and his deputies know about. Driver tried to call us, but we lost connection. He may already be dead. Gotta stop these assholes before they're making off with goods. Okay. Got one new frame. Open investigation. I think that's outside, not inside. Yeah. Hmm. Alright, we'll probably be calling it pretty soon here. Okay, Shift B is looking okay. Percy might call off. Can we get a detective? Their shift. The answer's kind of no. Hello, Jelly. Hello, NR. Oh, man. Chief physician at St. John Hospital accused of slander. Former Mafia member, Beaumont City Hall corruption. Mayor declined services of spokesperson. I speak for myself. Okay. Get in there. Tired, I can hardly walk. Yes. I can go home. Father's funerals today. Can you relieve me so I can go to the burial? Yes. Start the day. Alright, 2 more days on that.
It's 11 in progress.
Jimbiton Bakery. 2 homeless men made their way to a local bakery under the cover of darkness, where they ate their fill and bedded down for the night. In the morning, the bakery owner, Gregory Martinez, along with cashier Anna Lucas, went inside and discovered the damage. The homeless men, armed with knives, were unhappy to be disturbed and attacked the victims. Shopkeeper managed to escape, but the cashier remained inside with the homeless men, who were seen tearing off her clothes. We'll just, we're gonna throw some power at this. So we have a little bit of lower ranked officers, but we have 2 ranked people as well. So that should help. And that'll be a nice ability to hopefully buff up our 150 and our 120. After the incident with the horses, we secretly transferred Mr. Sands' guest to a local hotel and set up a guard outside his door. Suddenly, we're hearing screams coming from his room, and there's water flowing from the bathroom. We'll break down the door. Police presence wouldn't hurt. Alright, well, Yancey is our man for this stuff. Nice. Quick boost to all of our people there. Blitz Cafe. Two truckers fell to blows over a parking space in the lot near the diner. The cook tried to separate them, but was struck by a wild punch and is now lying on the ground motionless. Alright, time to get out the batons. Same group as before. This is further away, which sucks. But once again, we're hoping that we can rally this into some quick increases. Left at St. John's Hospital. All the painkillers at the hospital pharmacy disappeared shortly after the building lost electricity. Pharmacy doors show no sign of forced entry. Nice easy boost. Investigation has started. Went for lunch at 1. A couple minutes later, the lights went out. I shut the door behind me. I remember that I bumped into the janitor's car that was standing in the hallway. I suspect a student, Aaron Jones. He's come to the hospital several times in a state of confusion with red, searching eyes, dragging his huge backpack behind him, but it never occurred to me that he might be an addict. I was in the bathroom when the lights went out. The only thing I saw is what you normally see when you're sitting on the toilet. When the janitor came into the restroom with his cart, I heard him emptying the bin. And the lights came on and I went to the head physician's office for his signature, but he wasn't there. Guess I had the keys to the pharmacy. I washed the floors there just like anyone else, but I don't have access to the electrical panel. Only my supervisors have those keys. And here's another mystery. What happened to my garbage bags? Somebody took them out of my truck and I can't find them anywhere. Last frame before the film cuts shows the janitor going down the corridor, his cart standing near the door of the hospital pharmacy. Okay. Jack, my entire staff at the donut shop came down with the flu, and I haven't been able to find anyone else to help out. Could you please send me a couple of your men? I'm sure they wouldn't mind frying up some donuts. It's easy. I'll show them everything they need to know. My shop barely makes ends meet, but can't afford one day of downtime. Yeah, sure. Give me a minute there. We send some of the other people. Professionalism of our seasoned recruits. We need backup. Some punks tried to crash one of our poker games and we aren't about to let them walk with the money. So now we got ourselves a standoff. A couple officers in the scene would change the situation in our favor. Alright, Yancey and Stupid Guy. Telling you, Chief, standing over that fryer is hellish work. I'd rather dodge bullets than the spray from the boiling oil, but at least Mrs. Mariband promises to keep us in donuts through the rest of the year. Last Picture Show Theater, Public Indecency, during a special viewing of the thriller Law Avoiding Max 3. The theater employee discovered one of the members of the audience had removed his pants. Man noticed the employee was watching him and responded with the threat that he would cut the throats of everyone in the theater. Same idea here. Let's get some quick improvements, hopefully.
Officer on scene. Looks like we have a situation.
Movie theater isn't too crowded and the film is in full swing. Turn on the lights and take aim at the... So, like, taking aim is the thing, but you turn on the lights, right?
U11 in progress.
Vandalism in the suburbs. A man who wished to remain anonymous reported a group of teenagers had once again made fun of his name by writing insulting rhymes on his 6-foot-wide garage. The man is enraged and threatened the next time he'll use a weapon to defend his honor. To defend his honor. The honor of his fucking garage. Jeez. Very dishonorable. Alright. Well, we're gonna run out of time here, so I think we'll do this. Hopefully they get there in time to finish that. Got 3 new frames. Open investigation. Don't know what this is. Breaking into the cabinet, I think. Something. No new frames found. I feel like the main frame that we're missing is that you're supposed to open up the what's it called? The confessional. Yeah, like that looks like outside. So I still feel it's got to be something like this. 3 new frames. Open investigation. Alright. So... got that. Takes this. See, I don't buy the brick, because if the brick had happened, then the... well, it says that there was a brick lying on the floor. That's the museum guard that said that, and he's the one that did it. So, yeah. So, yeah, it would be that. Like, I think we have everything, or at least most of everything. Hmm. Yeah, this doesn't... Hmm. The thing is it's not indicating what he would have stored the painting in. I mean, he's clearly walking with a bag here, so maybe that's gotta go first, right? Oh, the thing's broken in this window, so, that there, that there. That? This, that? Oh, that's the brick. The brick is because this guy says, so the guy on the inside clearly did it, but he was implying that there was a brick lying on the ground. So, I'm guessing it's something like this. I'm trying to see how it wants this sequenced. So the question is he using the brick in order to... one of the museum's windows was broken and there was a brick lying on the floor inside. So yeah, so he pulls out the brick, he plants the evidence. For sure. Question is, where does he put the painting? So he walks around, takes the bag with him, he breaks that out, takes the brick out, and then puts it down. So it's something like this, but I think I need another piece of information. Like, does that make sense? So, like, the only guy who says that there was a brick lying on the floor, or brings that together, is the security guard, and what evidence is there from the theft. However, the glass was broken inside to the museum, or sorry, it was broken outside to the pavement. So what that implies is that a person inside the museum broke the window out, rather than a brick getting thrown in. Yeah, so most of the shards are lying on the pavement outside of the museum. Also of note, this isn't a guaranteed thing. There are ways that a window could be broken in which the glass does not fall in that way. That was actually a main part of a murder investigation in the late 80s, I think, through the FBI, is they were able to prove that there are conditions that can be met where that isn't the case. So that's, like, not hard and fast evidence. It's the type of thing that you would use in collection with other things. Yeah, end of the day. Hey. Big wins. Our detectives are mostly pretty good. So we have everybody over a 150 here. Percy is not here at all. Just kind of... Robespierre, I'm pretty wealthy but deeply unhappy. Mayor calls for prosecutor's office to check Robespierre's statements for extremism. University of Freiburg tuition cost to decrease. Wilkinson did not come into work today. Alright. Today they're offering free admittance to the museum in the city. I'm a big fan of art. Can I have the day off? Yeah, but come tomorrow. I drank too much today. Can I... Or... I don't think I can hold it together. Yes, but come tomorrow. Hire Asian cops. Japanese businessmen who must remain nameless will soon arrive in Freiburg. City hopes to sign a major contract with him. As our guest, he will examine many of our institutions, including the police station. His visit is scheduled for August 5th. Please take care to ensure that there are at least 3 Asian officers are working on that day. How do I know what August 5th is? One more day on that. All right. I'm in progress. Bomb threat. An irate lumberjack by the name of Grisham Frank claims that he planted a bomb in the cathedral. Says he'll blow up the building with everyone inside unless the police arrest the priest. Apparently, the priest convinced his recently deceased wife to refuse treatment at a hospital and ask for God's help instead. Great. Okay. Cathedral is full of visitors. Find the priest and begin the act of evacuation. An improvised explosive device has been discovered near, or under a pew near the altar. Yeah, I mean, you get the people out, like, and then maybe you send in the bomb suit. Everyday Mall. Some guy in rags is trying to enter the police station. He says that he's a Tibetan monk and he wants to talk to our patrolman about the nature of violence. Should we let him in? No. Drunken teenager, encouraged by a group of friends, stripped off his clothes at a cash register and attempted to purchase a pack of condoms. Seems like the sort of hazing or a hazing rite of passage. Well, Send Imada in there, I guess. We don't want our ranked officers going in there if it's only a one-person job. And needs help, road. Safety precaution, we've decided to change all the staff that work the ranch. We just hired 8 new maids from a neighboring city, but the bus they were guiding on got intercepted by Vargas punks. Let's teach them even our maids can't be trifled with. Okay. They're caught. VGC Sands Ice Arena. Hockey team that Mr. Sand owns is getting ready for an important match. The Ice Arena is closed during training hours, but the stadium director just reported that some people in strange clothes breaking in the arena and climbing into the stands. Get in there, Kendall, I guess. Race woman just rang in. Oh my god, this wretch is going to kill my baby. Please send everyone you can right away. The call ended abruptly. Okay. Sunflowers and wow. Elderly woman's fat caught into a fight with neighbor's dog. The dog ran back home with 4 other cats, jumped out of the house to the rescue. Yep.
in progress.
Attempted murder bridge. Woman driving past the bridge saw 2 thugs grabbing a skinny guy by the legs and hanging him over the bridge railing. The man was struggling and shouting. No new frames. This is very odd that we're not finding it. Like, no new frames constantly makes me think that we have all the frames we're gonna get. Doors of God tunnel and began running around shouting blasphemy. He even dared raise his hand to the Holy Father Nunes. Okay. Straight between the crews, almost crushing a parishioner. Okay. And he looked in the confessional and threw in a bottle. And ran up to me and shouted, okay, what if I do this? Maybe I need to remove frames to show that, like, I know that not everything is there. Maybe that's how I do.
410A complete.
Alright, we got big increases. Alright, I think we got plenty of people on shift. Doesn't look like anybody's particularly gonna get kicked off. Yeah, if anything, Shift A needs some people. New federal law allows criminals to launder money more easily. Freiburg to host exhibition of children's drawings. Construction of new school postponed again. Big sale on, and I don't want to miss it. Can I have the day off? No.
Boyd.
Is everything okay, Jack? I'm not calling in the middle of a job.
No, you're okay. Did you find her?
Yes, I found her. Nothing shocking, don't worry. She's living with an insurance agent in the suburbs. He's 31 years old, recently divorced. He has a funny car, you know, like in that movie where that...
Did you talk to her?
Yeah, we talked. More like I talked and she basically cried. God, she hasn't cried so much since high school. You know, she was dating this boy from a restaurant and, what was his name? And
so,
then
Laura, she'll be back?
Of course she'll be back. She just needs time.
Time? You mean once she gets tired of screwing the insurance agent?
Jack, you're talking about my daughter.
Yeah, I know. I want to... Well, I just want her to come back as soon as possible.
Don't worry, I'm with you. We just need a little patience. I know it's asking a lot, Jack, but you really just gotta be patient. Wait for my call.
All right. Again, I'll wait for the call. Yes, understood. I know the situation is asking a lot from you too, Mrs. Markham. Thank you. And please, call me anytime.
Jack?
It's weird that she calls him
You
Mrs.
okay
Markham.
for money?
Excuse me?
Well, you know, where the papers were talking about your resignation, they said you and Laura were a little tight, and I thought maybe you'd...
Good God.
Jack? Jack?
It's weird to call her Mrs. Markham when it's like his mother-in-law still. So I don't think they've been divorced yet. Pretty strange. Okay, I think we need a detective. We'll try a race.
210 in progress.
Playground. My mother reported an old man in rags entering the playground, climbed the hill, and began shouting the universe is made of suffering and hatred. We'll kill all of you. The outraged mother shouted back, go away, you're scaring the children. So we see what we can do about getting Percy a bunch of work.
10A in progress.
Bomb threat in the ghetto. Tip came in. Some thugs are messing around with plastic explosives in the basement of an abandoned house and are handing it out to children along with the toys. What the fuck? So I don't think this is going to turn out to be true, but we have 3 uses of SWAT. So let's work with that. Deputy Director Mark Rui. Jack, we just got another round of fresh young detectives ready for field training in different police departments across the country. There's a couple smart guys in the bunch, the best of course, and I don't want them to train under some smug jerk who's going to ruin their talents. Let them spend a week working with you, okay? I bet you could use help. Ledesma Schmeling. Okay. Be nice to know what day it is. Situation is more serious than I thought. On threat ghetto. Okay. Yeah, let's just get this done with. Two trucks collided on a country road near the forest. The police were called by a motorcyclist who was driving past. He said that one of the trucks rolled over and caught fire, but the driver managed to escape the flames. He grabbed a stick from the side of the road, set it on fire, and is now threatening the other driver who has locked himself in his truck. Fucking crazy assholes, am I right? Ooh. Loot found explosive. Yeah, we aren't selling that. It's a bit much. And needs help in the suburbs.
We've got a situation here.
Driver is brandishing a burning stick like a torch, striking the other driver's windshield, attempting to get to the other driver. Hit it with the fire extinguisher. Disorient the guy probably a little bit too. Christopher G. Sand, the wife of a young banker who recently helped us make quite a substantial deal, just called in tears, saying some creeps cornered her husband in the garage. Says they tied him up and they're threatening to light him on fire. Well, send in the lad Yancey.
in progress.
Man armed with a gun burst into a pawn shop, demanded that all the money and valuables be put in a bag. So we're running out of time. Well, let's just do this. There's 4 more hours basically left of the day. So I think this is alright. Donut, send in Percy, send in Curtis, send in White, send in Steele. Let's do that. And with SWAT support, they should be fine. And we still have a couple ranked officers to sort stuff as well. The big thing happens. And needs your help. Some associates of Mr. Sand were planning to meet and discuss the Vargas situation. The meeting was supposed to happen in the forest outside the city, but our scouts sighted a group of folks hanging around. Sure would be. She would like to see the look on their face as the police roll up from out of the blue. do this.
Design testing complete.
Solid. Loot found, jewelry. I'm off, you can sell it. All good. 3 new frames, open investigation. Okay, yeah, so... Still not entirely sure of this. Okay. 3 new frames, open investigation. Right, yeah, this doesn't make sense. Yeah, nothing about this makes sense. Maybe the intent is you have to show that he showed up at the place, but didn't necessarily break the glass. This still seems like it makes the most sense. So again, I don't know what's happening with it. Just have to hold off on it. No new frames found. Can I, like, put more detectives on something? Oh, I can. Yeah, let's... Davenport on it, maybe? Okay, so you can't switch out the lead detective. But you can bring in other people. Okay, we need to crack that case sooner rather than later, so let's do that. Which one's this? It's that one. This one is this one. Let's do this. Big gains for Sans. Let's 1, 2, 3. Avasano tomorrow. Looming epidemic, the new flu. Money allocated. Okay, so it's August 4th. Money allocated for stadium reconstruction now missing. Homeless man wins $23 million lottery. Okay, so it's August 4th, and I think it's at the 6th was when the visit was happening. Business noon is coming tomorrow. We hope everything is ready. Okay. Doing 10% more. Proceed. Hire one more detective. Lyman Skid. Got 4 and 6. So yeah, we need shift A. Alarm goes off in one of the port warehouses. The guard assigned to the site is not responding, but the storekeeper says that this is nothing unusual. Apparently, the guard is an old man who regularly drinks steam and sleeps in the warehouse. The room where the alarm went off stores frozen fish. Okay. Send flowers in there. Desire Park. Some of Vargas' men armed with flamethrowers burned down a city parkway named in Sans Army. This is definitely a job for the police. Fucking flamethrowers, eh? Seems like a bit much. Wilkinson, get in there. Armed sugar by a flock of birds. The guard was drunk in the company of a prostitute. So we're gonna resolve the Japanese person's visit, and then we will call it for it.
11 in progress.
Hello. LTD man, while taking a nighttime walk with his dog, spotted a man and a woman entering a dark alley. Then he heard the woman cry out, "Help, he's trying to rape me."
in progress.
Drugstore robbery. Carjacking. Elderly woman who was shutting her windows for the night noticed two teenagers across the street break the window of a car and get inside. Seems rather low impact. Unknown person or persons undercover at night broke into a pharmacy through the window and stole some expensive drugs. Money in the cash register was untouched.
We've got a situation here.
A wounded man is lying unconscious beside a woman in a torn dress. The woman is in a state of shock and is hiding something behind her back.
He said, Al, I don't know where you got off, but I can tell you where you get off. Well,
We're not in any trouble. We have a witness.
carry no gamblers. This train,
It's 11 complete.
this train don't carry no gamblers. This train don't carry no gamblers. No crap shooters or midnight ramblers. This train don't carry no gamblers. This train.
Hey, Freeburg will host a concert by pop singer Gennaro Crespo. Promise the concert organizers we'd help with security. Please send your best people. Actually, this might be a good way to guard our Asian fellows a little bit. Robbery has started. Night before last, everything was fine when I left. I just closed up the pharmacy like usual and went home. It was a little past 9. At exactly 9:30, I was at the bus stop. That I'm sure of. In the morning, I went to work like usual. As soon as I saw the broken window, I called the police. Yes, I hang around the night near the pharmacy, but I don't remember much. One guy said to drink for my health, and I threw a $50 bill, threw a $50 bill in my hat. I had a little celebration. After that, I ran right to the store, and all I remember, I woke up this morning, the cops were all over. I can't remember the man's face. I was more interested in the $50. All I can recall is the light struck something under his jacket. Something like a doctor's clothes. James came home a couple hours later than usual, but that's not so unusual. The insurance refused to pay for the treatment he needs, so now now we're always short on money. He's always trying to find part-time work. Not that anything ever pans out. He's willing to take on even the most difficult or dangerous work. Yesterday, for example, he changed his clothes, stones and debris fell out. Starting to really worry about the hellish jobs he's getting himself into. Sand bums are always begging near my pharmacy are up to no good. Obviously, one of them thought he'd be daring and take me for all I'm worth. Look at the guy, he's barely keeping on his feet. Where did he get the money for all that alcohol? Never seen anyone throw him a dime. Medicine they stole is Deprezicaps. Very expensive, and there's not a lot of street interest, so I doubt it will sell on the black market. I don't think it was stolen for resale. So it's gotta be Duff, then. Okay. Octopus restaurant. Engagement party turned into a bomb crisis when our guests discovered a powerful explosive right under the banquet table. Our experts already defused it, but it would be nice if the police assured her to bring us and confirm the situation is under control. So your guys disarmed the bomb. Interesting. We got about 4 more hours in this ship. Vegetable shop. 2 men and a man were seen attacking a black couple, smacking them around with boots, no less. Local shopkeeper warned he was calling the police, but at which time the man ran away and the two women continued their strange assault. Okay. So we only got 4 more hours, so I'm okay sending a fair amount of people on this one. Still have 2 ranked officers also to go with Numata if need be in the SWAT. New things open. I do not think it was an inside job with the doctor, so I'm pretty sure this is where we're at. 1 new frame, an investigation. Yeah, this still makes no sense. Are they actually gonna... Okay. You know what, let's just give it a try, shall we? Yeah, it doesn't work that way either, so... Once again, still think it was this guy. Three new frames. Nice. There's our white spot on the helmet. So boom, got that one. And this is him breaking into that. Not good enough. Huh. Drove between the pews. Looked in the confessional and threw a bottle. Maybe this is... Because that's not him throwing a bottle. Okay, so maybe that's the implication. Okay, this is important. So the difference between these two is in this one he's wearing a helmet. So that's relevant. So, that definitely goes over here. So that's the problem, is we actually need him with a helmet in these pictures, I think. Which is really weird because he's not wearing a helmet here, or... So... This is already a problem. I was going to say the continuity is not great here, but it's especially not great when that's the issue. Okay, investigations. Detectives, do I have any more detectives to work the case? Toss Skinner at it. I really want to clean up these 2 cases as soon as I can. Let's toss more resources. Alright, so we want all of our Asian people to show up tomorrow. She's already sent to work tomorrow. Huang, order to work tomorrow. I'm going to take the assumption that Shano is not a an Asian name of any type. Millionaire bum donates everything to the church. Janitor found dead after stampede at Jessica. A club admitting minors. There's a fire at my daughter's school and my little girl was seriously burned. With intensive care, can I go to her? How about no? Drank too much. I don't think I can hold it together today. Can I go home? No, not today. Well, I was taking out the trash. I was like, okay, no. Stripes. +1. Okay. Which of you deserves? Big deserving. Kind of feeling like Mole. Yancey gets sent for dirt. Playtonic gets sent for, like, solo missions a lot. I'm gonna send it to one of our detectives. Let me go to the catalog. Anything new in the catalog? Nope, already bought it all. Alright, so we'll do today, and then we'll call it. Intern detectives. Jack, Thomas Schilling, one of the intern detectives you invited to the station, fell asleep with a cigarette in the briefing room and started a fire. Looks like all the material on current investigations were devoured in the flames. The poor kid is in the hospital in serious condition, having suffered some pretty serious burns. I think that's the end of their career as a detective. Sick. So, we lost supposedly all of the frames. Or maybe not. Very odd. Keep the good work. We'll make sure your final days speedy are much more comfortable. Your share. Take everything for that one. Okay, so we have 5 detectives on Shift A. So we can get Shift B. So we need to get some detectives in the hireable pool. And Purdy. So we still got 1 billion detectives. Or 1 billion people, rather, not detectives. Detectives. Let's just throw more and more detectives at these cases to clean them up.
12 in progress.
Chinatown dormitory. Destruction of property. Student reported seeing a truck drive into the yard at the hostel. A fat man climbed out and began to slice up a bench with a chainsaw. Some of the students tried to intervene, but the man threatened them with the chainsaw, saying, "I asked you nicely to keep quiet at night. Now you can park your yellow asses someplace else." Okay. Well. We got a lot of manpower to leverage here.
I was trying to raise 10-1, Sergeant Hotspot.
Situation is more serious, eh? Alright.
in progress.
Assault with a deadly weapon. Secretary of the Law Office of Johnson, Jurgen, and Katz. She reports to the woman wearing an expensive fur coat and high heels into the office with the senior partners of the firm. She asked the secretary not to disturb them. Shortly thereafter, shots rang out in the office. Okay.
Got a situation here.
Office door is closed, but inside sounds of men screaming, gunshots, and breaking glass could be heard. Like the secretary's keys. Bald man in a suit is laying in a pool of blood. A woman in a fur coat is standing on the table, taking aim at 2 other men who are hiding behind an overturned bookcase. Sam needs help in the suburbs. Some punks ransacked the house of a family member. Seems like they were looking for something other than money, maybe a notebook with a list of important contacts. Lock up these scumbags before they can do any real damage. Okay. Send in Donut. Actually, we'll wait until people get back, hopefully. Alright, we will send in Subokai and Curtis. Mr. Boy, the TV show I produced, Justice for All, suffered a terrible drop in ratings last month. Our poll suggests that our viewers stop finding the shows believable. We are currently shooting for the next season. And for one episode, we need a real cop who will portray a cop pervert who is kidnapping young girls and raping them in his car. We don't have a huge budget, but I think we can afford a couple thousand for you and for the cop who will play his part in the show. Plus, everyone in the city will see him in the show. Sounds like a... Pretty sure Percy fits that role nicely.
10:10 in progress.
I mean, I'm not getting him fired. Okay. Call just came from a bank branch in the center of the city. A man entered wired with explosives. He threatened to blow himself up along with everyone nearby unless he was allowed to speak with the press and TV within an hour. Man claims that the bank took away his house after failure to repay a loan in which he says he never took out. Alright, boom. Yeah. Let's get in there. Derek Allen report. Fuck you, Boyd. You take your fucking orders and shut them up your better half. I quit. Nice. Got rid of that Percy. Thank you for your help, Mr. Bullet. Powerful. Real shame. Real shame, right? We'll get, Albert Daniels. Get Albert Daniels, yeah? Oh, for shift day. Our family has several city officials on the payroll. One of them is ushering some valuables through a public transport system. Goods are slated to ship out tomorrow, but it looks like there's some punks who want to dump the cargo overboard before it clears the dock. The man in the port says they bribed some guards. Too bad they weren't smart enough to bribe the police. Okay. Well, we'll give that a moment, because we usually like to send Sukai. We'll send Sukai and Yancey. Yancey's just our fucking guy in there with sand all the time. Miss Sofa Furniture Store. Store manager reports that a long-haired old man with a large knife broke in. He's ripping all the lining on our sofas, shouting, "Where's my money?" Put this cook in a straitjacket. It's obviously sick. Anyway, come quick. We're hiding in the back. Okay. I can get in there with Curtis and White. Alright, 3 new frames. Open investigation. Okay. Yeah, it clearly has to be an inside job, and it feels like it's got to be the doctor. Something like this. No new frames found. Fortunate. No new frames found again. Huh. Despite the fact we're throwing more detectives. Really was a bundle of cash hidden in one of the sofas. Alright, we did it. Alright, let's send Curtis to work tomorrow. And let's send Rushing to work tomorrow. End the day. Myra Puppet Theater, 2 actors dead. Truckers unhappy with suburban roads. Freeburg gymnast wins a regional competition. A terrible heartburn this morning. Better if they go home and lie down. No. Need to take my car to the shop. Can you spare me today? Yes, we'll come tomorrow. Drank too much. Yeah. Lost a couple people. That's okay, I think. Okay. Girl shouted over the phone that her grandmother had been killed at her home. Alright. Calling it. I will catch you guys later. It's been an interesting game, and it'll take time, obviously. Like, we're only, like, presumably a 10th of the way through the game, maybe a little more, but it seems pretty interesting, pretty quick, pretty simple. But yeah. I will see you guys another time.